Hello and welcome back, chat. Yeah, that's right. We're in the main menu screen. Because we can't do it anymore. No attrition during the winter. We are adding to the mod list. Because it's not... Well, I guess maybe it's a sanity check. It's not a skill check. But last stream, I think we spent upwards of 20% of our time, which is more time than I care to spend, just shuffling navies back and forth. Because the AI, if you set it to auto-patrol, cannot handle the winter. Even if it's auto-patrolling and going into ports and this type of thing, it just can't do it. And so, rather than spend another enormous chunk of time just shuffling the navy, we have installed the winter attrition mod. You know what the solution, I was thinking of the solution kind of this morning, is like, from a game design perspective, I think that there's winter attrition should be in the game. And I don't know the best way to simulate it being in the game without just creating this horrible situation where you're literally every season checking your fleets to make sure that they're not, like, it's literally every 6 months we shuffle our fleets around or something like this because the seasons change, right? And then our ships repair, we need to drag them into port, this type of thing. We want protected harbors, we got all these coastal forts. I guess we won't really be needing them to try and help out. We're not finishing because it's winter, but okay. We just said enough's enough. It's like, it's just a simulation thing that I just don't want to be spending 20% of my time thinking about. Right? It's not that I think, ooh, support religious education. It's not that I think that it's, like, design that doesn't make sense from a design perspective, because I absolutely do. What are these guys doing? Alright. But, I'm gonna go insane if I have to shuffle boats for, like, an hour today. I think it's a bad mechanic in its current iteration due to unnecessary macro. Yeah, I like, the micro is just, it's too much. Like, I think it's really, like, I'm not here to play, like, boat simulator, you know? And, for everyone else, you just park the navy outside the thing. Right? For everyone else, you just park the navy in the sea zone, and okay, it's a little bit of setup, and even then, I don't necessarily think that that's that satisfying an experience, but, like, you don't have to do it constantly, so it's whatever. The people who complain about having to park the navies one by one, and then, like, sometimes war is a little bit annoying, like, I'm with them to some degree too, but, like, I think overall it's not that big a deal. But, this makes me go insane. So, you know what, I would be fine with it costing more maintenance. I'd be fine with it, going up slower in the winter. There's, like, so many solutions that don't involve you clicking all over the place. We could have waited one more month. Okay. Let's see. We don't want to go towards traditionalists. We don't want to go towards free subjects. I think we are pushing inward, though. I guess we pass it for the 5 research points. Kind of an uneventful parliament. Our setup is such that I think that we basically want to every single time go for... God, why is it always broken for the peasants specifically? It doesn't work properly. We could probably go for this too. Then this guy will go back to develop province. That's the one we were deving. Currently in very good shape on the development front. But here we gotta connect these two locations. Since we're deving province, we really do want them connected to the capital road, but we're gonna just do it with gravel roads because we're not actually gonna get proximity through there, I don't think. I guess we will. Be a little bit more expensive. Proximity is looking good, and we're gonna stop going insane over the Maritime. I also don't like that they changed it so the blue stuff doesn't, you know, isn't indicative. After playing Denmark in multiplayer, I'm never playing in that region again with the winter until they redo the mechanic. It's really annoying. Yes. No, I don't think I'm... I know my tone might sound like I'm, like, being a vibe and just, like, exaggerating for effect because it's amusing to the chat or something like this, but I think I spent 20% of my time last stream, like, it felt like I spent 20% of my time just shuffling navies, and I don't think that that's I don't think that that's a fun thing to like. The 20% of like the player's attention should not be on shuffling navies, if and only if they are like playing in the north. Like, if that was going to be like a major aspect of the game or something like this, that would be one thing. But it's like it's not, unless you're playing in the north. So like if it does not pass the vibe check. Sweden's fun, it's just that winter micro is that crazy, yeah. Okay. So, we kind of got the boats set up a little bit here. I don't think we're actually annexing someone and we need to be. Especially if we want to form Scandinavia today. We need around 70 more locations. Colonial map mode does show us what we're colonizing and what is eligible. We are currently bricked by these guys, who are in a coalition against us with a few other cats. But we want to have a better CB. So we have to wait for Pskov to make a CB. Checking who's properly Swedish. This guy integrated everything? They have. So that'll take us a hot minute. We're also integrating Scania, who is where we were planning on moving this naval governor. I don't think we're going to have another naval governor soon. We have a regular governor, though. Oh no, we lost an heir. We are going to have to do the process. We are going to have to re-engage in the procedure of making sure that we have a guy who has the right trait. Architectural visionary is what we're looking for. It gives 0.002 dev. You can see it here on the ruler. And to do this, we have been farming characters. So we're going to put that guy in charge right now, but we've been farming characters by doing the cabinet thing. Hey, Happy Shaft, how's it going? Is Spreader a good name for spreadsheet guy? The spreading guy? It certainly is one of the names of all time. Mr. Spreader. Mr. Holmes. We could also probably annex this guy. We are working on the contiguous road as well to over here. What would that look like? Not that we necessarily want to build the road like this. Let's actually just do it for travel time. What? And how expensive it is? 1,500 ducats. Well, to give all these locations a connection to the capital modifier for dev, which we want to get on them anyway. And then we're setting ourselves up. Actually, let's make sure that we don't have sand cheap. So we're gonna spend 1,500 on a road. We maybe ought to get the sand cheap. I think that that's in... I think it's cheap in Stockholm, actually. Like, I think these segments will be cheap. Yeah. But okay, we need to... in the Riga market, get sand cheap. Let's use our handy-dandy peasant percentage thing. See, there's a lot of peasants in this livestock area, but we're gonna urbanize that eventually. But why don't we put in on auto-expand a sand pit? And then it'll be a good urbanization, because if I recall correctly... Ooh, no. Not that one. This one has a port. Oh, and it's got the lakes, bro. The lakes. Hold up. Oh, this lake is so good. Alright. We're gonna build the road to here then as well. Oh, we're gonna get so much procs in here. It's gonna be so good. Does the game allow you to put a governor on any of the islands in the Baltic? A naval governor. Not a regular governor. If they're connected by a strait, you can. So see this little dash thing? You can cross this. For whatever reason, we can put a governor in Lubeck too. Which I'm kind of inclined to do, actually. So I think this is a bug. Someone told me specifically about being able to put a governor in Lubeck. I think Lubeck just thinks it's connected to everything. Which is, very interesting. Or this is my assumption on the basis that someone told me very specifically that, like, they could connect to Lubeck. Like, we don't have a road to Lubeck here. I'm not sure it's worth the 9 upkeep or whatever. Man says he wants to save till they have cheap sand to build a road, proceeds to build a road immediately. We can up here, because this is in the Sweden market. So let's get this to here. As well. So that'll be access to that lake, which will help a little bit. You have a good natural harbor up there, too. That event is firing every time we get under 20 devotion. What's the one we're looking for? Teutonic Order, fighting them again maybe makes some sense. Fighting this guy makes some sense. It's just a religious war. We have a truce with him. We're not going to need this big a fleet. The fleet that we needed up here needed to be larger because we are shuffling them around in winter, which I don't necessarily have a problem with needing a bigger fleet to handle the winter, but we'll maybe have to revisit that, the way we think about that. Scandinavia's coming on up. We could also get a Parliament TV and then threaten them. We could also just eat the end tag. Let's do this and maybe get them out of the coalition. I think we actually want someone that has high this. Even though he's doing a different job right now, and we want them to... Commoners is pretty nice, so let's do a Commoners guy that has a reasonable amount of Diplo. Commoners guys are going to give the least amount of not crown power. Hey Gnome God, how's it going? How you be? Is this without additional taxes? I'm not sure it is. Oh, we switched to curtail the nobility. There's nobility a state power modifier. I thought that this was way bigger. I guess we have more crown power now. What's the cost of some culture? Let's also continue with this, huh? These guys have their own market. I think we want to divert trade from them, but I don't think I think they're going to be... It's going to take them a while to get going anyway. And London market's actually going to have this stuff. That guy's going to die real soon, but I'm guessing you run out of... What do you run out of? Naval supplies, liquor, cloth. Well, were we trying to get... I feel like we were trying to get the nobility weaker for something. Cannot put my finger on why. But I think, yeah, we'll take the stab. I mean, it's able to source the stuff. I think we want to give them a market as well. What's the name of the mod? It's like no winter attrition or something like this. Can protect the harbor help? It helps, but it doesn't. I think we said at the opening of the stream, like, I think spent roughly 20% of last session just shuffling navies around. Because the thing is you can put it on automate, but if you automate it, they do it so bad. They're really, really not good at it at all. And just 5 boats is like enough, it looks like here. We maintain. Flip side is I feel like it takes less harbor capacity. It's just like you have to shuffle the fleets back and forth. And, like, it makes such a big difference. Like, this is gonna get way better for us. Can you rank all the main Paradox games on how much you like them? Are we calling... What are we calling main Paradox games? Right now, probably... Well, so, like, to some degree, this is an exercise that, like, I feel like people are trying to debate me and talking about, like, Victoria 3 versus EU5, when I like both of them, they're just different. But, right now, in the abstract, I think Victoria 3 is, like, much more clean and elegant, but that EU5 will be better in the long term. But like, based on how much I like them is like a very subjective metric. Like, that's not asking me which ones I think are best, right? And right now I think that I would probably do EU5, Vic 3, Stellaris, Hoey. Oh, we don't even have Stellaris in there? Yeah, I'd put Stellaris ahead of Hoey. Every time I play Stellaris, I actually have so much fun. It's just like, it doesn't get very many views, and so that's what I don't play Stellaris very much. But, like, I have a blast every time. Okay, now we're seeing, like, that it's not taking us anywhere near as many boats to do what we want to do, basically, which is, like, a little bit frustrating as well. Because I want to play, like, correctly, but also not have the mod just making us way stronger. Vic 3 will probably always have better politics compared to EU5. Yeah, I mean, like, not just that, I think that I don't know how, there's a lot of things in the economics of, like, EU5 that are very ungrounded. I don't know how you, like, reground them. Like, it's, like, not straightforward to me. And I think Vic 3 will have better economics as well. I just think that, EU5, like, like, playing around this stuff and how it changes every game is a lot of fun. The problem with Vic 3 is not that, like, I don't like the simulation or this type of thing, it's that every single run feels exactly the same. You know what I mean? And, like, that's... Like, the question of which game do you want to play, like, for, like, you have a game for one, like, 6 months, and the only game you can play is that game, versus, like, which game do you think is, like, more elegant aesthetically, are, like, two different questions, right? And, like, Vic 3, I think, is very elegant, and I like the way they do a lot of the simulation, but it just, like, is not that replayable, I feel like. And at this point, like a lot of EU5 runs feel very similar, but it's like not to the same degree as like it is a victory. And like I think that I've played over 2,000 hours of EU5. At this point, I think I kind of know how replayable it is. Feels like Stellaris has low overlap with people attracted to these alt history simulators. I mean, I like the Clausewitz engine. It's still doing stuff on that engine, but yeah. The mod doesn't include Frozen Over. There's no winter attrition, but it doesn't include Frozen Over modifier. I think I could tolerate one place being really annoying, like, pretty well. But yeah, this is the Frozen Over causing the issue. It'll be less substantive if we... also have it a little bit further south. Running out of areas we can colonize here. Nope, not what I wanted. Why did that button look weird? Okay. Let's take a look at the sand price. Sand's at minus 8%, or in terms of how it affects the price. You know, I feel I'm gonna forget to build this road, and this road is like gonna be the infinite proximity road, so we're gonna build it. Like, cause this road is getting us to the lake here. Or all these lakes. And after that it's just lakes, 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 lakes. The lakes, yeah, are interesting. Lakes are so much stronger than I feel like they were historically. Like, I think a more significant, like, water feature was the rivers. And lakes are just this insane thing. U5 would be interesting if pop demands were more dynamic and prices were allowed to float entirely. What do you mean by prices float? Not sure I'm picking up what you're putting down. But I'm not sure I'm not either. Alright. Trying to get these poundlock canals, so we're scanning for kind of getting enough pop in some of these areas. Uppsala we could upgrade. I think that what we want is more eco here. This is right next to the capital. Well, this should be a little bit better. Winery's best. Do we have anything with fruit or beeswax? We have beeswax down here. And up here in this province. Okay. Guessing that will more than satisfy the demand. It's not exactly what we want for Uppsala. Us doing tools maybe makes sense. Tools normally have enormous aggregate demand. Because we don't have inputs. We have wood as an input. Printer shop does use wood. Second version uses wood as well. Let's do this. We could maybe do dyes, but I think that we just kind of want to do 3 industries. The play pattern to me that's like can be a little bit annoying is that the quantity of different industries you want to specialize in each location goes from like 6 at the start of the game that you could support to like 1 or 2 as the game goes on. Because your building limit is really not that dynamic, and so you can support like we could have 152 levels, right? Our max level here is with the guild, our max level is 13, so we can support like 10 different industries, right? But then as soon as we upgrade to workshops, it's now 24, and then it's like, okay, now we can support 6 industries, and so on. And so every time you get an upgrade, it's like, now we have to cut out an industry. Vic 3 has a very similar construction loop, and you always go for the same laws regardless of who you want to play. Yeah, it's, like, Vic 3 is, like, more interesting to think about, and I think everything, like, attaches in a... Vic 3... Okay, there's this chess player. His name was Vasily Smyslov. And his nickname was the Hand. Or was it the Claw? It doesn't matter. But I think it was the Hand, because Smyslov's hand moved, and then the move was correct. And the way that he coordinated his pieces was very, very elegant. Like, everything moved harmoniously. And Vic 3 is much more harmonious. There's fewer just dangling modifiers and less dead money. Although Vic 3 has this type of stuff too, in terms of simulating the economics. But the cost of the sliders just deleting money is not like an elegant solution. This is saying that we're spending a lot of money in the economy and it just doesn't go anywhere. It just gets deleted. Like, this is like, and to be fair, this like feels like EU4. EU4, you're like shuffling ducats around and there's like not this system where the money flows all throughout. And that might not even be that appropriate for this time period anyways. Because simulating you're not trying to simulate industrialization in this time period. But, yeah. I really liked Exthar Ambinar for Vic 3 to break up the repetitive patterns. I agree. The mods were, like, really sweet. Someone was working on a Fallout mod. I don't know if they ever published it. I should check. Like, nothing would, like... I like Fallout as a setting a lot. Before the show came out. I think we upgrade this to city because we can. And us getting promoted pops in high dev areas is also really valuable to us. To that end, we also want this maybe as a city. But it also means we prefer having pops here. I think the maker of this mod made it so you could auto-expand out the trade centers now, the marketplaces. Yeah, buddy. So the idea is that a burger here is worth 2 in the bush. A burger here gets us the buy basket profile of, for every 10 dev you have, you consume 50% more goods, right? And so let's round up to 40, call this 40. This place, the burgers here consume 300% base consumption of goods. If we have burgers here, they would only produce 150%, right? And so a burger here, in terms of consumption, is worth twice as much as in the bush. Yeah. Basically, no price targets or limiting minimum processes to 33%. Well, EU5 has much less of a limit. EU5's floor is minus 10%, and its ceiling is like, it goes from like 300% in the first stage only, I think. So like the first 5 years of the game, it's 300%, and then it's 400 to 500. Do they change subjects and then coring stuff for you? How does that work? Yeah. So if you integrate something, if you incorporate a subject and they have stuff that's integrated, it will be integrated for you, or integrated or cored. You do not automatically get the cores, so you have to play the culture game. No matter what you do. Basically. I wonder if we should downgrade one of these, like Lund, maybe? Probably not. So you will have to play the culture game. In this case, this means enforcing Swedish on all of our subjects. But we considered flipping, like, something else. I don't have the new patch yet. Okay, on the old patch, the way that it worked is if your subject has a core, you get the core as well. Can we deck on this guy, though? With follow-through on threat, we can. And that gets us in on Novgorod, and then we can annex Novgorod. And then get rid of their having claims up here. I think I like this. I kind of don't want to fight Muscovy, but it doesn't look like we have to. But this thing often lies, and we might have to fight Muscovy if we do this. I wish there was a map mode for which subjects were disloyal. We also currently have a little bit too much subjects, so we don't have to perma-fight right now anyways. Because we're barely able to maintain this, or we were. I guess the annexations are coming along. We kind of want to move the naval capital from Riga over to Copenhagen, I think. Show me wheat and I'll show you the world, basically. What engine oil are you drinking today? I saved I didn't throw out the things. We have Energy Rush, which is got 200 milligrams of caffeine, but overall the flavor on it's not that great. And then added to that, we have Flavorade Jamaica. So Energy Rush is lemon. And then, or lemonade, and then Jamaica here from Flavorade. And together that's this. Do you do decline or flat bench at all, or mostly incline? I haven't been working out consistently recently, but when I have been working out more consistently, mainly flat, but that's because I do so much overhead stuff that I don't want to do incline, really. If I was just lifting for aesthetics only, I think incline's way better than, like, flat bench. And flat bench is, like, an ego move type of thing. Like, so it depends what you're lifting for, but I was lifting to, like, get strong, and then also so much of the stuff I was doing was overhead, so I didn't want that additional fatigue. I actually did a lot of pec flies, because that's less fatigue-inducing on the shoulders, to try and offset the fact that I had so much overhead volume in my training program. So I would, like, I threw my bench under the bus training, basically, where I was just like, you know what, is this an important lift? And then my answer was like, nah, I don't really like this lift. But it's the lift everyone always asks about. people want to know how much you bench. I started a long time ago to stop actually telling people how much I bench. And when they ask me, I just tell them how much I squat. That has been my solution. Which... somewhat of an abrasive solution. After you index your subject, you don't have to integrate. Not if they integrated it. If they didn't have stuff integrated, then yes, you will. So I think we have, or had some subjects that didn't have integrated territory, and they would have to do stuff. But, yeah. Can you explain the culture game with art, please? Art's really not worth a lot. We don't even have it pinned. Art gives, like, some positive modifiers. After quite a while of doing art, the net effect is that it's easier to push prestige, kind of thing. They also give a couple of modifiers to locations, but they're really not good enough to, like, justify it. But eventually it does help to push up prestige, because the investment, and you see our works of art are pushing up the prestige. So if you accumulate a ton of it, you get more prestige. The main thing that prestige gives you is antagonism change modifier. So it allows you to go to war and build up more antagonism, or also you take less antagonism because the Diplo rep, you're fighting for the Diplo hegemon, it helps out. Speaking of, I actually think that we would rather have this guy on Diplo endeavors for the improve relations modifier, but because we're improving relations with a lot of people, and now this is actually slowing us down as a modifier. But that's kind of it, and prestige is just not that valuable. What happened to the Ottomans this game? I think they got clapped. Yeah, Bulgaria did a naughty. Maybe we've been thinking about, like, what map modes we want to highlight, but here's Bulgaria. Bulgaria is not even interested in the rest of Anatolia, but the AI seems to really care. Itinerant course may be a fun thing for the AI, because the AI seems to, the metric by which they seem to care most is how close their capital is to something. They care about, like, culture, they care about, like, how close their capital is to stuff, basically. In terms of conquest, desire. So, like, Portugal's in stranger danger because the capital's so close to portions of them. But if they were in, like, Toledo, like, probably less conquest desire. Like, England's just gonna be passive. And we had Muscovy declare on us before. Let's actually beat up Smolensk before Muscovy finishes their war. We have levies raised, yikes. Awkward. Although Muscovy is about to finish their war. Yeah, this is like we have to fight Muscovy situation. Which we needed quite a bit of conscripts before. But our main idea is we want to take out Novgorod. Let's put our crown character in charge of this. He is a little bit old. Let's see if, considering we're risking it, let's see if we can make sure that the air we have is a little bit better. We're looking for the character trait that gives us 0.002 something architect. Divine architect. That's not actually what it's called, but that's how it feels to us. This one's a pretty good trait, too. This is what we're looking for. We already have it, but the guy's attributes scores are really low. I don't think we need to raise an army unless Muscovy gets involved. I think Muscovy gets involved, but they join late. When they finish this Yaroslav war, they'll be like, okay, yeah, I'm down for a war. I'm down for a little bit of a rumble. Also, the inflation discussion is one we've been having a little bit. Because people have been wanting to talk about this. How does inflation stack with the other discounts? I think it's just additive. Or is it multiplicative? It looks like it's multiplicative. Interesting. If it's additive, that's actually worse from the perspective of adding inflation. But we are starting to have a lot of discount modifiers at this point. Paying like half for buildings. Post-discount. So the economy is kind of popping off a little bit here. But okay. I digress. Let's actually just finish our movement and then... I think that we might be... Let's allow attachments and let's come down this way. Because we do see that 10k stack. I would love to not have to conscript up to beat it, which involves having some of our subjects stack on top of us so that we get something big. I think we just always pay for research. Because you get the money eventually. The bag will always be acquired, but the research perhaps not. Yeah, this 10k stack's coming for this. Alright. Well, I think we win this. I think we win this super hard. We do have the mod that changes tick speed, which changes stuff. Did they change works again? Back to somewhat reasonable and not meta? No. I mean, they were like, they weren't terrible before, just the discount modifiers weren't applying, so the mechanic was broken and the UI was awful, and so no one used them, but like, they were always like somewhat reasonable. How quickly they go is, like, oh, the mill score. Seems like we could explore out of there kind of just fine. What's this trade? Yeah. Okay. We can beat that solo bolo, so we'll send them to scatter and do their own thing. Actually, we'll hunt down this army. I'll let the goon squad do the gooning. Okay, so these guys... I mean, kind of tempted to just subjugate. Oh, we can't. Alright, we could take a province. Well, the only person who's going to be pissed if we go after these guys is going to be the Slavs, right? How interested are we in fighting this entire block, basically? And we know we're going to full annex these guys. And we might take a little bit off of Smolensk. This is relatively low value territory. I think we will have an opportunity to annex this guy at some point in the future. In a way that is relatively convenient, so we'll just send him on his way, basically, with a spanking. Buildings minus 5% for how long? 10 years? That's probably worth more. It'll just take a while. It'll take a hot minute. We do have slave ratings, so these places we're trying to pound lock Canal are probably going to come up during this time period. Oop. Prestige is the thing you lose when you get more courtier mana. Yeah, so we are funding art just to, like, make more art for, like, RP, probably, to be honest. Inflation is just ignorable. I hear about 20% inflation at one point and barely noticed it. I don't think... It depends what your goal is. If your goal is to hit 1 billion ducats, I don't think you ignore inflation. If your goal is to hit, like, an economy that, like, allows you to build troops, and then you... Because inflation doesn't increase, like, these costs, I don't think. Right, inflation's not affecting this stuff, your slider costs. But it affects the prices of your buildings. But, like, so what are you getting from getting the inflation? You're getting more money. Well, at a certain point, you never run out of money again anyways, too. Is there a meaningful difference in pop demands between 39 and 40 dev? Kind of. Because at 40 dev, there's a breakpoint where they start demanding marble. But I think that's the only thing they demand at the 40 breakpoint, is the marble. Good enough for you getting through court and country. Yeah, if you need fast cash, 100% the better way to do it is to mint rather than take loans. And if you have loans, it's maybe worth minting to get rid of the loans. We don't actually care about Smolensk, we care about this going through, so we're gonna park our army there. We're looking for a character that has combined stats of a little bit better than, like, 160. That has the trait we're looking for. Which fortunately means we don't have to scroll as much. for this. Maybe we could keep the thing going a little bit while we look. Nope, just the boy. We are Admiral Succession, so whoever's in charge of that navy is going to be the heir, basically. Trade capacity, really nice modifier. I don't know if we have any already. I think we have a little bit from the... what was it? Privilege? Yeah. And merchant guilds in age 1. So 40% trade capacity. So that represents for us 20% more income on all of our trades-ish. On all of our trade capacity, which... Well, we won't get more trade capacity, so that's not like quite like it, but we now have 57 trade capacity, making... Ooh, we're making more per trade. Dom, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Is diseases really bad this patch? They seem a little bit worse, but not too bad. What are we trading? Probably just exporting books and shit, yeah. Exporting books. Do you think they will increase control cabinet action as versus developing something? Well, the increased control one is still pretty solid in, like, some areas. It's just not... It doesn't do anything long-term. Can you explain when to build a city and why? I have a video on this, both a long version and a short version. You can look at it for, like, urbanization, but there's, like, a lot of reasons to want to do it. Urban locations in general are a bit more valuable now because there's not a food malice, but urban locations allow you to make... Basically, the biggest draw is you get to make more economy through burger buildings, and so this is the biggest draw. And it also gives you a bunch of pop promotions and this type of thing. We are currently, I could say what we're doing right now, rather than like a full explanation. We are trying to build burger buildings, or we are trying to build cities in these locations so that we can get padlock canals, so that we can get faster proximity. Our nearest source here is Stockholm, so this is not a very good naval capital, because we basically would have that already. How would you bucket Bohemia? Probably look to deny these two locations. I don't know, like this. Just give them the north. They don't really have much value in the north. Bohemia is getting wrecked this. I don't think I've seen Bohemia perform this poorly before. I'm just gonna transfer that over to that guy, because we just want a full annex. Which removes his colonial claims, I think. If it doesn't, that's really obnoxious. It does. Bye-bye colonial claims. And so that'll be good for us. Really trying to fill in the last bits of what we need for Scandinavia. We need 70 more locations. This is almost done annexing. when it finishes, we're gonna change things up. France is the only one that's threatening, but we're fighting the Teutonic Order. Are we accumulating? No, we're not accumulating complacency. Dip spending affecting complacency? I'm not sure I like as a mechanic. How much is open beta different in terms of, on the public branch in terms of features? I've been playing on the beta like long enough, this is almost like difficult for me to answer. The economy is like way different because the estates get a ton of money. Like a really massive amount of money. Like economies are way faster. In terms of how quickly market values go up, but incomes are not faster because slider expenses are a lot more heavy-handed, which I think actually makes the AI struggle a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure. Like the AI's way more explosive early on, and then they struggle if they get big. I think that the AIs that get big like really tend to have issues because if you have a lot of territory and low control, this is a lot worse now. And so this is really punishing to the bigger countries. But the smaller ones, if your control average is over 66, it will be easier for you to pay for sliders than before, and if it's under, it will be harder in terms of your total economy. So we're looking at like location wealth and then multiplying this times control, and then if the average control is like under 66 for total location wealth, you'll have a more hard time. We're like doing pretty okay on the location wealth. I think we can upgrade this. Looking for the areas that have the most peasants. Or the most peasant percentage. These are going to be decent to urbanize. And the urbanizing, even if we don't build anything there, gives us pop promotions. What do you think about moving the capital for a brief moment to another continent to create some colonial nations in Europe for more pop growth and then eat them later? Like, do I think it's good? You have to fight them later. It might be something you do in a theoretical, like, you're trying to max out the tax base of the world by, like, the end of the run, and you're, like, hyper-sweating it. It might be correct. I think that almost certainly that doing it in Europe doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You'd rather do it in Asia, and then you would rather let them grow their pops and then steal the pops. Like, the more efficient mechanic for getting pops in Europe, I think, is slave raiding. Why do you spend on cost court as a republic or a theocracy? Because the punishment for this is not very high. Getting minus 5% all estate satisfaction is kind of whatever. The punishment on monarchy is rolling a ton of disasters. There are no disasters that you roll. So... Oh, maybe we should just annex this idiot, now that I'm thinking about it. Because Tver will give us a ton of claims. Are you a subject of Smolensk, or no? I guess no. I think we would just want Tver as a vassal at this point. Because they will get claims on... They have a ton of claims on Muscovy. Also, getting balanced budget parliament was pretty good for clearing the inflation afterwards. I had it in like 3 or 4 parliaments. Well, so I think in theory you should probably float like... Actually, maybe a little bit more than this. You should probably float about like 2% inflation. I just, like, often when I'm trying to do this, just overshoot it and then get really annoyed. And that's why I've stopped. I did it a lot more before release. But yeah, that parliament is just insane. Is traits searchable? It is not, unfortunately. That would save us a lot of trouble trying to get these architectural visionaries. Yeah, I'm kind of preferring to slot in peasants because they have the lowest... We have all peasants in now because we don't have any crown characters, and the peasants have the lowest... I don't think we have any crown characters we could use. Yeah. And the peasants have the lowest, like, power modifier, or the lowest amount of flat power, so that negatively affects crown power the least. But what we were looking for is trying to have an heir. Trying to have an heir with a good trait. But I think we're gonna lag out the game with the amount of characters we're creating. I don't know if there's a pruning mechanism, but we're creating a lot of courtiers. This guy's better, hell yeah. Alright, that's the guy we needed. We're just looking to always have a guy with architectural visionary. Like, roughly a third of our development gain is coming from this. Except for places where we're deving, which, to be fair, we're deving kind of like in this region at this point. What's the deal with colonial nation subjects? First time playing is colonial Naples, and they're being made one per province. Yeah, you probably want the OPMs because cabinet action reasons. But I really wish you had more agency, but I would really love if I could restrict them to areas somehow, and make them area-sized as a for theminess. Link to the mod. I don't have it on the. Here, I'll tell you the name of it. On the workshop, your files, subscribed items. No winter attrition for Navy. Paris story link still active? It is. I think I'm pretty close to satisfied with EU5 to the point I'll finally buy it. To the point you'll finally buy it. Have you been playing on a pirated copy? Shame. But also okay. I appreciate it. I used to do that for movies. If a movie was really good, I would buy it, and otherwise I would pirate it. I swear I tried my own Sweden playthrough, and I was bankrupt by the end of the first decade. It's a little bit of a slow start. Do you buy the Danish provinces? No. That gold is worth a lot early on, and, like, we'll just eventually get it in a war. Type of thing. Scania is about to get annexed. It's kind of hovering. Kongala, by the way, the reason we keep on hosting our parliaments in Kongala is because this is the area where we're going to get a lot of proximity to long term, and then we care about the speed at which it has its exit to get over to Scania. We also care about it in these middle locations here, but Kongala is in a... We're not deving Kongala province, because Kongala's province is only like 4 locations, and we're deving... we're not deving here either. I guess this is the other place where we'd maybe dev, but other than that, it's going through lakes to get to Kongala, so... The flip side is maybe this is just too cute, but monthly literacy on support a common cabinet is actually also reasonably good. We had a road that we wanted to build though, so I think we do this. I think we wanted to do inward. How much do we care? I guess we don't care if this passes. We probably want to get off of this as holy mission, actually. The progress towards naval was useful for pushing naval, but we definitely want internal mission. Okay. So we will just go this for the outward, and then we will ask for a law change for a mission to turn inward. Tolerance of true faith, really nice. Which we now have 4 tolerance of true faith. So this is really good for keeping our satisfaction just uber maxed out in locations. And we convert super fast, so it's not too big of an issue. And then with that set up, let's change societal value towards inward, because we will be able to repush it quite a bit. Actually, let's not do that quite yet. Where was this guy? Probably here? No, he was here. I may have accidentally made Big Florida. We all make Florida mistakes. It's okay. The Florida mistake is the most common type of mistake. There's no court punishing mechanism in the base game, but there's a mod that does it. For the Republic and this type of thing. Yeah, I mean, there just should be Republican, there should be disasters for them. Now, to be fair, if they just made disasters for theocracies and republics, monarchy would probably be best, which isn't necessarily an issue. But monarchy is way better at pushing the government power. Like, it's way easier to get flat government power for monarchy than it is for theocracy and republic. Oh, maybe republic would still be better? I'd have to think on this. We're gonna wait a month and just see what the proximity looks like, but actually no, we're not. I just know that this governor is not gonna be as good. And I think that I punted, actually, a little bit. I forgot that Copenhagen needs to be not a town. So we're gonna build a slave center here and a cathedral here. There's a cathedral already. We're going to build a slave center here. I don't know why slave centers aren't in... It seems so weird to me that they're in government buildings. Oh, there already is one. I guess I'm okay pulling pops to the farmlands, to be honest. That's like kind of the way to look at it, is that the slave centers pull pops. Maybe we add one on the farmlands there. There and there. It means that we'll pull them a lot slower to individual locations, but okay. So we puntily deleted the one in Riga. Womp womp. These are all now cores. Fantastic, because we accept the Danish people. And we get some proximity out here. Now we're gonna have to add to there. How good are we doing? We haven't finished this yet. We finished this? Not yet. Here. God, I wish it was the blue was like so obvious. I don't like the change. And then let's add a few more barks. I might install a mod that changes this back to where it was blue. There's a pretty big downward spiral to take too many loans early on, especially for no characters for power. Oh, for Sweden? Yeah, you don't want to, like, take loans ever, ever, ever. Maybe I need to write that down. Like, it's so... never loans. I was looking for, like, 10 quick economic tips for beginners. But, like, that one is the one that's, like, not necessarily intuitive. Yeah, and when Denmark declares on you for what's named independence, Scandinavia, oh. It helps that we won that war, I guess. We actually... we care more about this, so we're gonna move over here. We're also going to disallow attachments. We annex this guy. Do we have any harbors here? No, kinda. Well, I guess this guy is now a priority for us to annex. They're gonna be Swedish soon. Gotta make a new subject right there. With the Estonian guy we need to flip. Enforce culture. Yeah. Not gonna enforce on the Pope, because I think it's funny just to see the Median OPM there. One Pope minor. Trying to get used to new economy, I overbuild masonry too much. The estates also just spamming the bejesus out of the RGOs is kind of weird as well. Oh, that's right. We want to build roads. I think we'll just connect these to Scheme. While we have the road parliament here. How are you getting proximity? You're not really. Gravel road to here. Gravel road to here. We're doing gravel roads because we don't need an actual nice road. And then doing gravel road, we're sorting by travel time here. We're gonna build to here, it's gonna cost 1,500. Because that's the road to the capital requirement we're kind of handling there. I think we would like to connect this as well. Really? That's faster? Okay. Just the coastal locations in general are going to be a little bit more valuable to us, so we'll connect some of this as well. Actually, if we're going to connect all this that way... Might it not make more sense? actually, to just do this. And the entire coast will be covered. Alright, any premium RGOs? Semi-premium. Furs are even good enough. Okay. Are you getting your proximity? You're getting it through here, so we will add this, which will increase the development of the fur province. Wild. Oh, that makes sense. They're always going to get their proximity that way. Okay, so let's just do a gravel road here for the dev on the fur. Oh, interesting that it's heading through here. Yeah, the lakes are insane, man. So you hit the lake, you hit the floor, and then she said, yeah. Yeah. They're gonna dev much better with that, too. I think that, yeah, we have Market Village there, too. Actually, this might be a paved road situation. Actually, it's just coming from here to, like, over here. Or from over here to here. Basically. Oh, the proximity is so complicated. Except it's not, but it is. We have the road coming to here, eventually, right? Visari. So maybe we need to look from here, actually. And then here. Here. We just need to, like, we need to get them connected to the capital. And then we can get the iron connected too. Cool. The great infrastructure project of 1491. And then we want market villages as well on all the premiums. Which I think we now consider for a semi-premium. Iron's the, like, really obvious one. I think lumber is also kind of okay. But we just have so much of it. I think that'll work for us. Just consuming YouTube content, stay up to date with the game's progress. Don't think I've ever pirated a game. Can't be said for movies, of course. Pretty sure I've pirated games, but this was a long time ago. I can't remember. Is Copenhagen better as a market capital? Not as a... Oh, then Lund? Maybe. Maybe. This entire market situation's kind of not the way we want it. And now we own Lund, I think, right? Yeah. Not only do we own Lund, we own London. Yeah, didn't see that one coming, did you? Do you ever get the sudden cosplay to calling to cosplay as Britain to declare war on a nation just to siege down their capital and steal their art? No, but every time we take a capital with a bunch of art, we make a joke about Great Britain. Sawmill is the estate's new favorite building? Hell yeah. So nice getting all those roads in. It's gonna really help with the development. We're gonna see like a weird metagame where like there should be like the dev bonus on roads should scale with what type of road it is, because like now you're incentivized to. You just saw us building a ton of gravel roads. I think, well, maybe I actually mismicroed it, but this is possible as well. Yeah, we're stealing pops here. We're stealing pops. We really want Copenhagen to get... Now we can do inward. It'll take us a hot minute to push it. We just want internal mission to finish slotting in basically at the same time we finish pushing this. It is going to make us colonize slower, but you overcome that with other colonization modifiers pretty hard, so I don't think it's that big a deal. We're going straight for cannons, like faster colonists, for example. I think we're going just for cannons, but let's take a look back over here. I think we do want colonial policy. Because we're making our colonies go slower. Actually, let's do colonial policy next. Oh my god, I've never been excited about furs output, but it's actually so good on us. Like, with the new demand for fur, someone was asking what's the new difference. So, like, furs and salt actually get demanded now. And then, if we come over here, merchant quarters I actually think might be bad. Like, you actively would prefer not to have it. I think we want dry dock. Well, actually, you know what? Let's put a pin on that. I think that we might reevaluate just how many mil techs we need and decide that 0 military techs except for the cannons is maybe a bad idea. We have H2 infantry. We do not have H3 infantry. As late as the hour, it's not like we're gonna absolutely rush H4 infantry when we get to it, so I think we might go halberdiers. Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be so nice seeing all the roads. I feel like being connected to a port should be good enough, though. One nice thing about us keeping this not connected by road to the capital for so that it's coastal is that actually I think eventually we want to move the capital to Copenhagen even, because natural harbor actually really matters now. It like kind of didn't before. It matters a lot more now. Like, if you had over 60, it was fine before, and now it matters. Why not connect to the high harbor provinces? Would be more proximity than through bad ports. Isn't that what we did? We had a preference towards connecting the high harbor provinces. A lot of these things that are going through the lakes, though, it doesn't actually matter from a proximity perspective. We just wanted the road bonus for development. And that's, like, what we were building for, is just the road bonus. Or you mean from, like, the coastline here, inland, or stuff like this? We just wanted the road bonus. Yeah, it's like, this is such a weird region to play in because the roads are actually just turbo useless. You got a character with 100 only stats, how rare is it? It's not exactly common, but it should happen occasionally. I wouldn't say that it's common to the extent that I'm like, okay, bud. Like, we need to not have as many of these characters, but, you know. Where I'm like, this is unreasonable. It might be unreasonable, but I'm not complaining about it. I actually don't even think it's unreasonable. It's just, it's kind of rare. Usually you have to farm up, like, having a, like... So Prodigy will get you to pretty high stats, and then once you have Prodigy, then you can get, like, the rest of the way. It's kind of like how I think it works, or how I think about it. Battlefield medic, alright. Sound off. We want to get this for the slaves, basically. It's also technically faster to annex these guys if they have lower pops, so denying pops in that way is, like, kind of has uses. What's the antag look like going into this? I don't know who's giving us the claim. Alright, we're getting claims from there. Wait, we can vassalize the Hansa? How does that even work? I'm not sure we'd be able to embargo him anymore. I really would want to delete them from the game, but I don't think there's a good way for us to do that. We could shut down a bunch of contours. I think they just kind of get them back. How much antagonism is it to vassalize them? They, like, don't own the location. I'm not sure why this is possible. You do that in a separate piece, though. I know we vassalized a bank once, and then it was actually just annoying, and so we didn't want it. Cannot be subjugated. You don't say. Has the cannot be subjugated modifier, but can be subjugated. I'm having a bit of a vibe here. How does low market access affect RGOs? You get less tax base from it, but the amount of RGOs is still produced. Whereas with buildings, you produce less goods. So you get less tax base because you produce less goods for not RGOs. For RGOs, you produce the same amount of goods, you just get less tax base. Can you break down Naval Governor for me? Can I play as Milan and rush to China? As far as I know, you cannot build overseas Naval Governors. Or Naval Governors have to be not overseas, which means they have to be on the same continent or on an adjacent subcontinent. I do think that right now, I'm not 100% sure, but I do think it's broken in the sense that if you move your capital to an area that is adjacent to China, like if you move your capital to, or to even to East Asia, or if you move it to Southeast Asia, to a place that's adjacent to the subcontinent that you want to do your thing in, I believe you can put a naval governor there. And then when you move your capital back, it doesn't, you still get to keep it. Exclam mod. The name of the mod is No Winter Attrition for Navy. Yeah, apologies. Have you made a video on mercantilism versus free trade? I can't tell which one I should be pushing. Well, owning the market centers is good. You should own market centers. That pushes you towards mercantilism in a way that you can't really stop, but also mercantilism is better. I hate the Hansa. It's the worst shit in the north. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm leaning towards subjugating them right now, but I'm not sure if it actually even works. It costs 0 antagonism, though. And I guess we could release them as a subject. State banks perma-decrease loyalty, and you can't really do anything about it. I like it. I like it. Yeah. Shenanigans. I don't think they've closed all the loopholes. I mean, I guess we're subjugating them, though. And maybe releasing them, but then they don't bother us while we fight the North Germans. As far as I can tell, this return XYZ to another country doesn't actually work properly. Or we tried it and it didn't work. I am somewhat tempted to just full annex them, though. And just say, okay, Minsk and Co. will be just mad at us. Oh, we can't even afford it. Alright, so I think maybe we'll just take this for now. Not sure if we want to shut down the contours. Guess we'll shut down contours in our territory. I don't think it really matters too much. We won't liberate that because then we won't be able to get a claim on them in the future. Yeah, I think this is fine. Right, it's just this, yeah. Let's make a vassal. Let's sort by clerics, because clerics can have the good trait, because on the guys we've been re-rolling it, clerics seem to spawn it more often. But we can't put a cleric in charge of the navy, so we can't have a cleric succeed us. Because everyone knows that clerics do not get in charge in theocracies. I think we'll put this guy in charge, because he's got this, Midas touched, a little bit of extra prosperity. That'll be fine. Okay, I think we finished 2 annexations as well during that war, so we need to start some more. I think we're trying to get a move on the some of this stuff. Alright, we'll improve relations with Finnmark. I think we're also into annexing them, but we can give them like another round of time. Let's improve relations with Courland as well. And Livonia. And that will be a whole lot of diplomats. And then we can get rid of a few of these improved relations where we're already at 200. Should be good. Why is it 0 antag? Because they don't have locations, and it's entirely based on locations. Is why. Is this the guy that tried to break free before? Hmm. I guess more slaves for us. How close are we to solidifying? Copenhagen, not very close. Close over here. We do have a lot of money, so we can make more cities. These roads are gonna feel so nice. I don't even think we want to take out the army, because this will just kill Pops. Not sure that's even a good rate for stab. Alright. That. I guess we will deal with them. Actually, they're gonna get dealt with either way. Let's handle that. I read that wrong the first time. With the Revolter, I want to keep them as a subject. I'm so frustrated by this. I think that there's not a way to keep them as a subject. If we wipe peace, I think they go free. No, they go as a subject. No, they're just a rival. So if we wipe peace them, then they go free. But I also don't want to annex them, man. It's annoying that you content creators farm this totally broken beta. The world has no proximity, rivers don't work, devs are lying to us, so just wait for them to fix shit. Interesting take. You seem upset. Even though they are slow as fuck and lie about how they discovered an issue rather than made one, because it was working before. Some of the rivers were wonky before if you actually took a really close look at what was going on. So I'm not sure that that's correct, but... this person was our subject, there's no way to keep them as a subject. We just have to straight up full annex them. Alright, well... Put a woman in charge. Yeah, we don't have cores, yeah, we don't have cores, so... Nice. I guess I should respond to that. The person who is upset a little bit more. You make it sound like the devs are nefarious and there's like this grand conspiracy to like screw over the player, which just to me seems very strange as a take overall. Like ascribing a lot of like intent to the devs. I think we'll just do those three for now. And start to move towards greener pastures too, actually. I forget which one of these has the really good port city. I think it's Carolina, North Carolina. Yeah, we're kind of paying a lot for explorations considering we don't have that much income yet, so... Wait, what's this? They attacked us? Okay. Oh, this is the same province as this. Keep these grouped up then. Also leading with like the farming content, it's like that's the name of the game, brother. Like, people want to see about the beta. Yeah? And then, like... what... You say farming like it shouldn't be done. Or, like, that's the implication to some degree. It's like... what do you want us to do then? Just not play on the beta? Make sternly voiced, like, things regarding the beta that we don't, like, approve of what the beta is doing or something like this, except for, like, I have been, like, publicly critical of some aspects of the beta, and I think it's overall net positive, but, like, a lot of the balance changing, I, like, am not a fan of. Like, the two biggest changes that I wanted fixed were in this beta, which is they fixed the way proximity works. Right? And they fixed the way proximity works. And they, although we still kind of have to see it to some degree. Oh, Dorpat. Dorpat got liberated by that whole debacle because Livonian Order rebelled. And Dorpat was the subject of them, and Dorpat didn't come along with them. Interesting. So we'll have to grab Dorpat at some point. How's the state of the game? Is it safe to start a new campaign? I would probably... I think that within the next week, or probably like this week maybe even, they said they were going to release this 1.1 live this before the end of February, so you maybe better just to wait. Some rivers gave extra procs for going up the river mouth, which is wonky, but who cares? It was roleplay and positive. Yeah, mad as fuck. I can't play the game without, because I'm being teased with all these extra features and UI improvements, and then they break the main part of the game, and now I wait like an angry old man, seething. They are evil, yeah. Seething with murderous rage, I wait for them to properly do their game. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like a lot of times when people are giving feedback, they, like, forget the devs are human, because... And I, like... after meeting devs in person, I have more of a, like, sensitivity towards that, I think, than I used to. Where it's like, bro, there's a person on the other side of this, and this is not also a person that, like, necessarily, like, signed up to be, like, engaged in this way in public. Like, they signed up to develop games. Like, content creators, if someone goes at a content creator, that's kind of like whatever. Like, to some degree, that's, like, what you signed up for, right? But, like, devs are, like, not necessarily in that boat. I think it's easier for them to take things personally. And, like, feel bad because of what people write about them on the internet. Those damn developers are out to get you specifically, basically. Colonization looks a bit scuffed. In Washington, D.C., is that the best area to start colonizing? Well, we started here, but that's giving us a leaping off point is the main idea. Because we're pretty far north. Can you just opt out of the beta? You can, but he's mad because he gets to see the stuff and then he doesn't want to play with the stuff. He... he likes to watch. Except he doesn't like to watch. He likes to hate watch. There we go. Spado, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. What's the issue with rivers? So the map mode's back. And the map mode tells you, now if you hover, what locations that proximity is going to. I suspect it was always broken, but people didn't have the UI to see it was broken. Some of the connections between locations are not properly giving proximity that they should be. But he's lied to about we discovered an issue with rivers. Instead of we fucked up the rivers. Sorry, bro. I don't know if I'd necessarily characterize that as a lie. I mean, it could be, but I think that I suspect the amount of information you're operating on is relatively limited. I must admit. Then can we do this? No, we need at least one more boat. This is a tedious minigame too, though. Alright. Okay. Okay. This is maybe super punty. I don't know if this works. I think this works. Oh, it was punty. It was punty. It was punty. Stranger danger. Alright. We just need to whack their stack. Okay, there we go. We have, like, more than enough dudes to do it. Alright, I think we're gonna go for just the one that gives us 100% migration, because that's a lot. Unfortunately, it gives us progression towards outward, but we already have progression towards inward, so we'll stay locked in. I mean, long term we might want to go outward, but I just don't think it's for us right now. Still haven't gotten cannons. Really gonna enjoy the cannons once we get them eventually. What was this? Oh, I guess they survived? We got minus 1,000. Did the unit survive with minus 1,000? Oh. Weird. Maybe we do want to explore. It's 1,000 to recruit. Holy, we're rich. Alright, this is gonna be nice as well. Because this place cares. We care about the Panama Canal here. We're just gonna city some of these places. What do we got going on here? Oh, this place is huge. What the hell? There's 11 locations here. 11 places on the coast, and most of it's not Arctic. Alright, what do we have going on, though? I guess not a lot from an input perspective. We have lumber and we have cattle. We have lumber, like, everywhere. I think this may be a paper place, though. Yeah, we have a decent proximity here. Nice, even. Farming content? How dares content creators try and make minimum wage? The emphasis is on trying to make minimum wage. So... hourly, very suspicious. Where's the most dev? This has the most dev. We'll also city this. And this. And then I think we want to come through with the villagers. Sorry, I like pseudo called someone out and then, well, not really, but like kind of, and then now I'm not reading their potential response. Feels bad, man. I don't think we're like urbanizing a lot of this anytime soon, so I think we can kind of go for some of the lumber getting the treatment. The inland fish just like kind of sends me a little bit. We are building one market village, by the way, because it gives burger potentials. And those potential burgers will have a literacy rate, and so we will get the burger literacy rate in these locations, which is development. And so we are just doing this so we get development in these areas, basically. Yeah, I think this is fine. The colonial nations kind of continue here. You're right, of course, your content is gold. I'm toxic. Sorry, Mr. Big Nice. Aw. Thank you. I just like, I think there's also been just like, in general, a lot of negativity towards the devs this patch. In the past few patches. Proximity between provinces is still utterly stupid for disregarding size. Yeah, that's maybe something it should care about, but doesn't. I can get behind that. Maybe a little bit of strangeness there. We're actually not trying to take a bunch from Teutonic Order, but what's with this peace deal? Wait, what? Okay. Is military fixed? Last patch, armies demolished levies. It's pretty fixed. I think regulars are still better, but not like infinitely better. Shout out to E5 for carrying your sanity through your masters. That's a vibe. I was just tempted to going back to grad school. Would you say the beta is better than the current official build? Yes. As frustrating as some things are. I would say so, yes. Can we go after this? Yeah. Maybe we don't allow them to link up. Maybe they could do intelligent stuff on their own. A bold theory, I know. Playing Zotto's in the beta right now. The government and the new procs changes are interesting choices and good gameplay. Yeah, I mean, I really like the procs changes. The procs change, I think, doesn't matter for most of the early game that much. I mean, it makes proximity stronger, but, like, I think it's really important for balance. And happy to see it. Yes, this is re-human. People talk like they'd be in a car when on the internet. They'd be in a car, except the other people can actually read what you're saying. Yeah. And not only that, they, like, look up what people are saying about them, which is, like, maybe something you shouldn't do, but, like, yeah. I don't know, like, people writing mean stuff about devs can cause them to, like, have a bad day, you know? Any developer worth their salt would have learned 90% of their stuff through the internet, and they should all have a thick skin. Bro, but, like, some devs get, like, it's one thing to just say it about the entire team, like, but some devs get, like, called out specifically. I don't think, I think... Benny, I think you say that like a person who has not had people say bad stuff about them on the internet. Like, in, like, its entirety, that is just, like, a complete non-factor when, like, what they're doing is, like, so if you're in charge of communications, like, if you're a community manager, like, Reagi, like, if someone talks smack about Reagi, it's like, well, first of all, I don't know why you are, but second, like, that's, like, kind of his job is, like, engaging with that stuff. But, like, the developer's there to code the game, man. Like, that's, like, or design the game, or, like, this type of thing. I don't think that that's, like, necessarily should be, like, I don't know, I disagree. The onus is entirely on the developer to just have a thicker skin or something like this, rather than, like, being critical of people who, like, are a little bit mean sometimes, let's say. I mean, it's like, to some degree, it's like a both thing. Like, ideally, you have a thicker skin and, like, this type of stuff, but I also think that, like, having a thicker skin is, like, the dev... I think being a dev is not necessarily a super public-facing job, so, like, I don't think that that is necessarily, like, on your list of responsibilities type of thing. You're getting outmaneuvered like the Russians in Prussia during World War I. Womp womp. I hate to see it. Alright, let's continue. I think it was crown power and it's much better otherwise. Yeah, I want the crown power. This 100% the desire is having the crown power. We could change this guy's education. What? Why? We don't have any kids. But this is also a major theme, is we don't have any kids. We're not backsliding. Oh, we're backsliding off of naval. No! The downside of having your ruler as a general. No! Alright, we can't do this. Shoot. Heresy. It looks like they're being useful. The looks can be deceiving. Oh, I don't think we wanted this urbanized anyways, to be honest. Oh, we still have to wait for it to become a core. I'm not 100% sure. It's gonna help with pop growth for now. Wow, this is so nice, not having an aneurysm about the freaking, whatchamacallums? The boats. We maybe would want to pound lock this. Maybe it's Arctic and we're not really caring. In my mod, I changed many of those trash RGOs in the north. It was annoying. Is this patch a good one to start a run? How are you enjoying it? I'm enjoying it. It might be better just to wait a week for the full live release of 1.1. There's been some negativity towards the devs because they clump quick fix comments since UI fixes with that have been on launch with beta that takes 3 weeks to come out of broken game state. So I don't like I think that there are a lot of band-aid type fixes that I don't like. I think that the approach to balancing values I'm not a fan of. In fact, I think that the values were closer to balanced on release than they are now. Oh no, we're getting progress towards serfdom now, or free subjects now. Why? Oh, hunting permits we had intentionally not put in. I don't think we could revoke that, because that's not a revocable one. Can't revoke the Parliament one, can't revoke this one. We don't want to we want to try and push serfdom, so... I think it's maybe a little bit marginal. But I think it is economically better. People want the new stuff the way it should be made, but are made to wait. Yeah, I mean, I think they've been a little bit quick with balance changes in some spots. But it's also, like, it's one thing to say that you don't like the direction the game's changes and, like, give feedback regarding the development itself. It's another thing to be, like, saying stuff about the developers, which is that they're liars. Like, those are... Like, a critique about the way that they are deving the game, and then, like, a critique about character are, like, two different things. That is a Hungary. Let's get out of here. Let's get the flock out of here. Alright, so maybe we do need to link up the stacks a little bit. Where are you going, bro? Are you walking your ass around? Oh, they were walking their ass around. They were trying to do this. Bro. Come on. Can't be doing that. I think levy regular balance is terrible. Why is that? I mean... Is it not just way better than any point since release? Look at Pope Man hiring a 13k stack. Question is he loyal? He is loyal. Pope Man, send me your energy. By send me your energy, I mean put your stack on top of mine. Alright, this works too. Having the Pope as an opium vassal is so fucking funny. I like the old professional versus army. It made old professional army more expensive, but it would be fine. Just have professionals be way better. Interesting. Developers are toxic between each other when you play online games. You have dealt with death threats. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe this is a little bit of wild discourse to be having here, but I think maybe that death threats between developers should be regarded as a bad thing. Like, just because something happens doesn't mean that, like, it's good that it happens, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm going out on a limb here. Why are you not building a town in Oslo, which has a lot of pops? Doesn't it have a town? Why not upgrade it to city? Yeah, Oslo could go to a city. But regards what we should build here, we could probably auto-expand the books. And paper. The answer is I'm not playing optimally, probably. And I'm not paying super close attention every time we annex one of these guys. But yeah, this could also just be a city. We also, so building in Oslo is not the best because we also don't have a lot of control there. But it's like, it's gonna be solid enough. Now this place has access to jewelry stuff, so they can make jewelry quite well, so we'll put that on auto expand. Not sure if they do this, but they should ban those people, either objective or be gone. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily like ban worthy. I just like have things to say about those people to some degree, and then I say them, and then that's okay. But like, yeah. One stack of regular walks over all of Europe. Okay. You think levies should be better? Is it not? Are levies not? Levies seem way better than they were last patch, though. Like, even if you don't like where they're at now, are they not better? I suppose the merc balance is like a different type of concern. I almost misclicked swapping to a monarchy. That would have been bad. Dude, if I know the name of a dev who broke my rivers, I would send him a letter with "Rivers, bro, please," handwritten 10,000 times. Bro, how many river letters do you think he gets? I also think I know who done it. I know which dev is to blame. Also, whoever made Serbia lose its flavor law based on total random event happening in Biz, this guy would get event RNG written 10,000 times. Tell the Stefan Ox. I want him to know it was me. Alright. Free subjects is so bad. I mean, I think both the values are just way weaker than they were before, both serfdom and free subjects. I don't think that they're that far off from each other. I think, honestly, free subjects... where I really disagree is with the design intent, that the values should be roughly equal. I think that is, like... from a game design perspective, I don't think that's good. I also think it's, like, an impossible task to make them, like, on a knife's edge balanced. And I feel like what they're doing is, like, they are making a balance change, people are identifying the best thing, and then they are immediately, like, changing it again. Meanwhile, quantity has been, like, infinitely better than quality for forever, and this is, like, the most not close societal value. It's just hard to push. Meanwhile... I like your style, Pope man. Thanks for the help. I guess we should park the Navy in a spot where it prevents them from crossing the strait, huh? We're thinking of moving the capital to Copenhagen, but we can't host a parliament there right now. We could intentionally fail dev the interior to get our naval back. I think that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. But we can also roll naval. I like monthly literacy right now, actually. Monthly literacy, we just won't pass the parliament. Because we don't want... Oh, sponsor religious education was in there. My brain. But the monthly literacy is like kind of nice from the perspective of all these things that we built with the burghers, where they're going to gain literacy. It's not as important as it was before, though. So let's take a look. So these burgers, they have a max of 63%, and this increases the development. So I kind of just wanted to talk about this, and I clicked it without thinking, but then there was the other one that was better. Yeah. Holy Batman, this is also awful. We can't click any of this. We can click this, and that's like it. Alright, well, I guess that's our parliament. Loyalty of subjects is a bit annoying. Briefly stop to thank you for letting me know that the attrition mod exists. You're welcome. The game, I just can't do it without it. I can't. I cannot. Oh, those are the wrong guys. This is our actual fleet that can fight. Did we pick up? No, Falconite. We have not picked up cannons yet. But also, like, regarding military balance, right now, Playmaker, I'm just, like, not even researching military tech and just, like, going mercenaries, which I kind of think should maybe... Was this new? Have they always had face masks? What? I have no memory of the face masks, man. I hate that detached damaged ships looks so much like order full retreat. My biggest complaint's the combat system. I wish they had worked on that instead. Well, just in general, I wish that they did more less tweaks and more like redesign. Also, like I strongly disagree with the prioritization of redesigning the cost of court sliders and giving the estates tons and tons of money, and that I think that the issue of low control money getting deleted was like a really, really small issue. I don't think it should have been prioritized with a rework. The ship microfix, we put in a mod to fix it, yeah. I've noticed gamers in general have, the past few years have gone feral about game directors, how things should be done, problem. Everyone wants different things. Yeah, yes, everyone wants different things. Like, before release, Playmaker and I had, like, a lot of different ideas about, like, game design. And we're, like, both giving feedback to the devs that, like, is in, like, different directions at times. So, like, what do you do? Problem is, everyone wants different things, and you can't get everyone, so when someone doesn't get their way, they go insane with entitlement. Yeah. Like, some people were really upset that money was getting deleted by lack of control, but, like, for me, this was, like, one of the Jenga blocks where you don't want to pull it out because the money's too fast anyways, and, like... Just think about this. Look at our average control. Our average control... Well, so our average control per, like, economic activity is probably 70 or something like this. But that means that you've just added 50% more money to the economy. And the estates don't have anything to do with the money other than pay for goods, which, like, they were already doing, and build buildings. So now you just get a ton of buildings built. But I think the estates are just accumulating money now because they made it so that the clergy can't build everything that they want to build. I guess not. Yeah, buildings or roads. So now there was already too many buildings. They're spending 700 ducats on buildings. Bro, what? You know what I mean? These guys aren't spending ish on buildings. Oh, this is probably not every month. They save up money and then they spend a bunch down. Yeah, fair enough. But they're still spending a lot on buildings relative to, like, our income. Compared to before, where they, like, kind of didn't get to spend anything. Which is, you know, fine, but, like, the economy was too fast. Like, in my opinion, before. Although, like, there are also people on the forums complaining about they can't make money. But that has to do with, like, forts being, like, an insane... Like, the people who are beginners that can't make money just aren't deleting forts. Because, like, that's, like, the biggest, like, if you don't do it, like, you're screwed, and if you do it, it's, like, everything gets easy type of thing. I think having levies be really strong was better for game balance, but, okay, so the AI performed much better when the levies were, like, Space Marines, and regular suck balls. I agree with that. I don't think that I like that, though. But I agree. Yeah, I agree. From that perspective. From like, a game balance perspective. This guy is gonna clean our absolute clock. This guy coming in. We do not want that. We prefer our clock uncleaned. Death threats in general are bad. Stop, yeah. Like, I think it's really funny when the devs throw shade at each other, but I probably should have more of a problem with that too. I think I actually have less of a problem with it in general though, because when the devs are throwing shade at each other, they have an appreciation for what, like, the other party has going on. You know what I mean? Follow us? Yeah, there we go. How do you get the Pope as a subject? Just vassalize him, bro. Playmaker, stop being so handsome. Big true. If we could get more formables and integrate auto-expand in the game, that's all I'd need to be fully satisfied. Yeah, for me, like, two of the things that have been, like, a really high priority for me have gotten fixed. And that is, plantations now work properly. And which is really great for colonization, and proximity is changed to an efficiency modifier, which I wasn't expecting, but for me this was, like, a really big deal. Auto expand being in the game is, like, also a really big deal to me, but, like, I kind of don't care because I'm using the mod, but, like, I really, like, think that it should be in the game, because the amount of clicks that you have to do the eco properly is just so incredibly high, and it's so much lower with auto expand. Have I ever tried Diplo game tributaries? They're very lucrative. I mean, I've had a tributary before. I don't remember it being, like, super lucrative, though. Huh. Building Spinners Guild not because it makes the most money, but because we have wool there. Where's the Arctic start? Glass, we need more. Do we want to urbanize that more? I'm not sure. We have sand as an input here. Glass is break even. Ah, this is a different market. Is there not glass in this market? There's kind of not. Yeah, I think I'm okay urbanizing this and having it make glass. There's a lot of urbanizations coming in though. That's part of why glass is expensive right now. You have a 17k stack in Denmark? I don't think I do. Oh, you mean, yeah, they have a 17. Yeah, they were fighting us. I feel sorry for them. People can be very mean. Yeah. I don't know. Like, yeah. And like, yeah, I'm stressed out I imagine the devs are pretty happy right now because they got like Swedish Game of the Year or something. I don't think they're any better when you have the combined arms bonus. Oh, this might be true. Like they're better without the combined arms bonus, but you tend not to get combined arms if you're using levies. Interesting. Yeah, that might be true. Alright, this guy punts his stack. You expected army size is way too big now? I honestly don't check this very often, so I don't have my finger on the pulse of like what the expected army size is. Oh, we don't need satisfaction on these guys because we get it for free anytime we want it. Like this affects satisfaction or something? I forget all what it affects. Alright, let's do some maintenance stuff. Alright, this guy's sufficiently better and he's old, so he'll die soon anyways. And then I blanked on the other thing I wanted to do. Like, you don't need to build anywhere near as many roads as you used to, because the AI will do it for us. They haven't been here because everything's all laked up, so like the roads don't do anything for proximity. But like, we're gonna see our Burgers estate start to spam the bejesus out of those roads. Tried doing the quick trick with the governor you talked about, but when I switched back it gets destroyed. I think they fixed it. Okay, that's good then. It's like not fixed for like bailiffs and plantations, but no, I will only challenge you on this point. Maybe the devs themselves don't lie, but Johan, the studio manager, did lie and tell us on Valentine's of all days. He said, "Post, we are also working on fixing the problems with the river proximity that the new UI has exposed to us all." That's BS. We were not exposed to an issue that existed. They made an issue while improving the old system. Well, they also, unless I'm grossly mistaken, and someone told me I was mistaken, and like now I'm not sure, they also reversed the direction of market access on rivers, where going upstream versus downstream makes a difference now in the wrong direction. Whereas before you would prefer to be at the mouth of the river, now you prefer to be upstream from the purposes of how this works. Let's see if we can find a river. So like Sevilla, you used to get this 50% bonus, river upstream. Now it's when it's going downstream you get the bonus. Let's find another place, Paris. So now river downstream. So this incentivizes you to want to go upstream. I think that it's possible that they use like an older version of the build to scaffold. Like they might have used and been working on a different version from a while ago for the river map mode that affected rivers. That was not like the live version of the build, because there was feedback a while ago that this river map mode sucked, right? And so if they were using like something that's not just visual for conveying this, but like an older version of the build, and they were not aware that something had been changed to affect the connection between things, like it's not inconceivable that it exposes the issue to us. You could also have both simultaneously. You could have something reveal and break it. But, yeah. But I know also there were people who were taking a closer look at rivers and river connections that I had talked to that were noticing like weird things with rivers not being connected to the places that they visually look like they're connected to. And so I think that it just like I don't know. I would need an example of like two versions of the game where one where the location connection's not broken and another where it is to like be sure about it. But I feel like I'm going crazy because I'm not like 100% sure, but I think they reversed the direction that rivers give on market access, which is like a pretty big deal from the perspective of market access. I really, SBS, we were not exposed to the issue that existed. They made an issue while improving the old system to give it better tooltips and shit. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check. Like I'd have to find a location that is missing the connection it should have. I've not seen anyone specifically like make a screenshot of that, you know what I mean? Where they're like, hey look, this is the proximity connection here, and then here's not the proximity connection here. I can't get on board with all the estate economy changes, just feel like the whole system is way harder to balance to the point of hopelessness. Well, there's a lot of like floating and like really, really strong modifiers, and I think in general, like there's a lot of money deletion and creation. There's just a lot of velocity in this game. And so I think that when you have so much velocity, it's really easy to just small tweaks just like have really big impact. Alright, this army's like half cannons. Biggest unit category is 51% of the units. What? No, it's not. What is this? Oh, no, wait. No, it is 57%. So, yeah, we would need one cavalry unit as well here. Try and get our combined arms. When would you say forming the HRE as Austria is the best time? It depends what you're doing. Why are you all leaving right as the 19k stack is coming in? Bro, why are you shitting the bed? Why don't you just stay where we were? It's like they literally just spazzed out there so hard. The hell is this? We're gonna need more manpower to support a larger standing army. I really don't want to merc up here, but I think we might have to. We're gonna see how this battle goes. God, I really wanted to get this siege off too. God, they just uber shit the bed. Oh, what's this? You retreated from the battle, you or whatever. Alright. This isn't, we don't even have control of this war, so this is like a little bit frustrating because this guy could peace out whenever he wants. I think Normandy had good tech last time we looked, yeah. We don't need quite this many guys, I don't think. Like anywhere near. I forget which trait makes them it cheaper. I think Diplo makes it cheaper, admin makes it so they can take more guys. So let's recruit this from Swabia. This is kind of a bit more what we're in the market for. hitting. I want the H2 stuff. It's kind of okay as well. Alright, so Rhineland. What do we not want? Actually, this is probably pretty okay. Strategically just super shitting the bed, man. The roads and bridges are free money long term. This is true. Speaking of, let's build bridges, because the AI doesn't build bridges anymore. We got so used to, we got complacent, chat. We got complacent because the AI used to build the bridges, and now they don't. We got weak, soft. The fact that the AI just hates bridges now is also like maybe a problem, because they didn't hate it before, but now they're like, bro, what's a bridge? We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, and then they burn it, and we're like, nani? Alright, let's go to dry docks. We will want that eventually. I'm not sure if it's best, but we just kind of want to keep this... Why is our spacebar being funny? Just kind of want to keep this ball rolling. Alright. Now this unit should be able to clap this. But forming HREs, like, the longer you wait, the more potential upper limit you have, because the amount of, like, you get a ton of dev from the OPMs. What mod are you using for the building? Like, the QOL specialization? God, that feels so stupid, man. Right as we merc up, it's because they were like, oh, this is actually a vibe. It's because we merced up that they were just like, actually, you know what? We don't like this. But it's annoying. Because we just spent 1k ducats on something we're not going to use. I mean, let's at least try and get some money's worth out of this. We don't want to use a not optimal CB on them. I mean, I guess we're okay with this because this is actually kind of like free conquest, but... Let's annex a couple more of these guys. This guy so we can get a road connection in. And then we're gonna start, on some of these other guys. We could actually get decent procs to this guy, I think. Just double check that he's Swedish, he is. And then just enough to deck on this guy. I think we might force Muscovy to release guys. Yeah. And then let's go... that. I played Step Horde and expected army size affects stability investment up to 200%. I think that's for Step Horde specifically. They changed how rivers were implemented in the code, so it's different. They have to redo all the rivers by hand painfully. I think legislative efficiency is essentially removed as a choice. I think they should just remove it for how useless it is. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't do anything. Well, they could also just make it do something. Like it's such a nothing burger. Like also if it worked initially where it affected cabinet actions, then you could like it would also be like useful, right? But like it used to affect how quickly you could implement cabinet actions once upon a time, and now it doesn't. I think I'm kind of into using encourage migration. Normally I kind of don't like this, but we would really like to get Copenhagen to being a city. He lied to me specifically on Valentine's Day, and then broke the river of my beloved Serbia. Also, market access through river changed direction. I saw it happen. Yeah, I think just rivers and... I think they just used a branch of, like, the game, like, when working on this that was not, like, the live branch. I think it's possible that they started working on this, like, kind of in the background, like, months before release, because, like, they knew that the river map mode was super scuffed. And then they, like, decided not to prioritize it. And then people got upset when they removed the river map mode. And then they're like, oh, we gotta take care of this then. And then they started working on it again, but, like, with an old version of, like, how the rivers worked type code. Or something like this. We'll actually maybe go to fighting Moscova. We'll upgrade these as well. So because we have regular halberdiers, yeah. They're trying to fix their game, but everyone's mad about it. Yeah, basically. I'm trying World Conquest on the beta. The patch performance is late game's literally unplayable. That might be true. I think Playmaker plays with this mod too. Faster Universalis. I don't know how... The problem is that it affects combat. I don't know how severe an issue this is. For wretch something. Okay. Let's just go for the war goal and then see from there. 5 bridges when you could just go around the river? What? The AI didn't care about bridges at one point before release, and then now they care about rivers again. Or bridges. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a whole bunch of stuff related to the rivers, like, that seems like it got borked, but... Getting decent-ish proximity. We really need to move our governor ASAP. We could also put our land governor in here now, actually. What's our proximity here? Our proximity here is 71, though. That seems so useless. We have a dream of moving it to Novgorod. I think it's going to be a decent spot. So let's actually make sure that we're in a good position to annex them. Yeah, we are. Let's get a paved road to here. We were planning on playing a Novgorod run. Probably got to take a closer look at some of this stuff. Like, you definitely want the market upriver now, slightly. rather than sitting on top of there, which would make the Stockholm market bigger. Stockholm market would be the beneficiary size-wise. Why do bridges need so many laborers to function? It is a good question. Oh, I'm also thinking of moving the Swedish market, or the Stockholm market inland to here. Market access does not benefit from lakes. Not really. And we would be able to have much better overall market access if we moved it in here. We could also move it up. In theory, we want it in a place with bad terrain, but we don't really have a place with bad terrain that's acting like the bridge between stuff. But like, especially with your ability to boost stuff, like Stockholm, we could still get 100 market access in if we have the thing here. Not super easy, but we could. Here's also an interesting spot for the market, maybe. The Lund market's in an awkward spot. We could probably spend quite a bit of time trying to figure out where the best markets are. I don't know if people are into that, though. I try not to, like, get too uppity about some of the smaller details. When streaming. I think we're just gonna do it all. Probably not the best approach, but we are getting closer and closer to forming. Yeah. I don't think we need them to link up, but I think we're gonna go deal with the Muscovy stack. Oh, you have a stack too. You have a stack too. We should crush their stack because we have current age units. And I'm not sure that they do. And I think we have combined arms as well. Combined arms bonus seems really big. It feels like the AI is not very good at getting in. To kind of speak to what Playmaker was saying earlier. The fact that we're getting plus 25% combat and they're not. Wait, why do we get the light? Oh, it's infantry and light infantry? Bro, I didn't even realize that. Well, then it really matters what we mark up into. That's so interesting. So we just get the heavy infantry tech, and then we recruit up or we merc up the light version of everything, just always, probably, because then your mercs die first, and then you don't have to pay them as much. Although we have some of the merc modifiers, our merc maintenance is less than our army maintenance. Our merc maintenance is less than our army maintenance. And we have way more mercs. Oh, brother, that's insane. We have 11 units of mercs. And we have 8 units of regulars. And I think the mercs army is more modern. Like, our cavalry is like age 1. As is our auxiliary. Oh, is it partly because they're somewhat damaged now? Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, well then, I guess you should never put down your mercs, you should just hire new ones. They ask how you are, and you just gotta say you're fine, but you're not really fine, you can't get into it, but they would never understand. Journalist after merking up, basically. After merking up with nothing to do. This man went to war because he created an economy. An economic decision. It could not be undone. Yeah, I think Novgorod's gonna be nice. Smolensk. We can't walk through Smolensk. Alright, we may have to come back down here, because I think Muscovy's coming. They're working their way downtown. Talking fast. Something, and homebound. What they did to China to make them get all the hegemonies? They formed consistently, and they the estate change was, I believe, really good for them. It makes them get a bunch of RGOs, and I'm not 100% sure why they just pop off really hard though. They form very consistently now, but they get really high location wealth just in general. Like their economy is just way bigger. I think it's the economic changes. Like usually we don't see 10,000 ducat China. But they, like, massively sped up the economy. Faster Universalis is detrimental to combat by a large margin. Yeah. I don't play with mods, but World Conquest is such a patience check. I thought I saw you playing with a mod that eliminated the hour ticks, Playmaker. Like... Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Faster Universalis maybe is better for streaming. I mean, it's better for content to just go faster, but I honestly don't play like as fast as I should even for content. I don't even think we like won anything in this war. This war was stupid. I think we want to just break up Muscovy a little bit. To be fair, we also just get slaves. This helps us out. Did I pick the wrong location? I did. Oh no, wait, I didn't. Alright. Isn't it uppity about small details your entire thing? Yeah, it kind of is. Maybe we should, like, try and think about where the markets should go. Because I don't think this is it. I don't think this is the setup. Well, I mean, I really don't like the Lund market. There's just big location sizes and there's like a lot of stuff to go through. Like our current access to this location is 85. And I think that see how many trading centers they have. So it's really 84. So there's some trade centers. But okay, we can move that there. Could move Riga down. It's like there's really bad access here. And then maybe that opens up a market that's like trying to make use of the non-Arctic territory down here. And maybe that solves our problem to some extent. The thing is, we need another market up here in the far north. The places, if you have zero market access, stuff doesn't work. And we're thinking maybe this wetlands. But if we had a market here, the wetlands would maybe have some measure of access. When's the last location that actually has market access? There's 0. I think this is the last one. Yeah, 7. The thing is, we just kind of want this stuff in the back, just supplying our geos. I like how there's no indication of light/heavy besides that tooltip. Is there really? The ones that give initiative are the light ones. The other ones are the heavy ones. I feel like there is some in the tech tree. I guess maybe not. Yeah, this is another issue with playing the game a lot. Is you forget, like, in my brain, like, it's just like light versus not light is like obvious. Yeah, but light and heavy in theory should increase it. I don't know how I feel about that. That means you can get 20% from light and heavy infantry cavalry, and then oh, this has to be not intended, actually. We are getting the auxiliary bonus twice. Even if they intend light and heavy infantry to be calculated separately, there's no way they want the auxiliary double counted. It's because we have mercs. We have mercs that are these guys, and then we have regulars that are these guys. English only, please, because I can't moderate not English. China can't afford to pay for a single slider? I bet they can't, but they have a huge economy. That's just the max tick speed box. The max tick speed box? So you're playing vanilla, or you're playing with just one thing for a faster Universalis? Like, losing the hourly ticks affects how combat works. But that can't possibly be intended. That's really funny. Why does sergeantry give local crown power if it can only be built on the capital? Doesn't that capital have 100% local crown power? That's not how it works. The sergeantry is actually, let's double check. I forget that that's in there, so let's make sure that we have the sergeantry. Crown power, you can have more than plus 100% on modifiers for it. Right? And as far as I can tell, these modifiers all stack additively with the location. So in the capital, it's like getting plus 25%, which is nice for your overall crown power, especially if you have a really caked up capital. But you're also getting it from like counting houses and this type of stuff. The local crown power modifiers are useful. You just, because you have max control, you do not lose any amount of crown power modifier, but you could still stack over 100%, and it's proportionally, this power is being proportionally split between yourself and the estates. We should probably have more bailiffs too. I think we generally like bailiffs where we have fur. The states now also, the states build in areas with high control, or they like to, which now doesn't make any sense from a motivation perspective, because the estate absolutely should not want to do that. The state should be like, bro, I get all the money when this place doesn't have control. Like, the motivation is wonky on those. Maybe we're actually okay with it just, like, having zero market access and then the market village is not working. There's actually some market access up here. Maybe we just need paved roads up in this bitch. How are you getting market access? Through here? Let's do that. Maybe we don't need to. Yeah. D-King when he's not uppity, I'm sad. I think they should get rid of the Lund pocket and move the Val governor somewhere else, really. Get rid of the Lund pocket and move the Val governor. We only have a governor in Riga. I think eventually we want to actually move the capital to Copenhagen. But I'm not sure what you mean by Valgov. Valgov. We want to move Riga to here temporarily. Eventually one of our naval governors is going to go to London. Are you talking about the markets, though? Well, if we move Stockholm a little bit north... in truth, we don't really have that much access in London. The issue is that... I mean, it also is giving a lot of access to Copenhagen, which is, like, the most valuable stuff. I think, like, here might be better. It's really awkward because you don't project very well navally, but, like, here would be better, and then Lubeck going inland, maybe. I think Oslo should go over here somewhere. Oslo should just sit right on top of the silver. Stop talking about the location of my market. It's hard to walk across town in high heels. Wait, what? Actually, now that I think about it, the Iberia's entire area's economy kind of got bullied by the eco changes. I thought that the wool nerf was a little bit gratuitous, but yeah, I mean, I think that what happens is they play test. I think whenever they play multiplayer, someone's always playing Iberia. I think maybe they decided the wool was just too OP, because the wool was insane. To be fair, wool's still pretty solid as like a food thing, so yeah, but they kind of got kicked by the changes a little bit. The AI, like, that's one of the AI doesn't use the governors really well. They put one down here though. But the one that does use it really well is Spain. Ah, Hungary. Wait, what? Step Hungary, what happened? Hungary, what happened? This is a very weird AI game. A lot of weird snaking. No, they count artillery as auxiliaries? Oh, am I just blind and it said artillery and auxiliary? Sorry, I apologize, I'm blind. I can't read, I'm dyslexic. He only reads the last letter of a word? Kind of, yeah. I just speedrun reading. I probably actually, like, picked up the habit to some degree when, yeah. No, that's my bad. Yeah, it's not good. I did several, like, reading challenges where reading, like, 30 books in a month. and I imagine that there's some correlation there. Yeah, maybe we just need more high-tier roads to get the little bit of market access to feed the Sweden market. The thing is, we don't like having a market in the Arctic, like, whatsoever. It's gonna be nice. It's definitely nice taking a bunch of slaves. We have the notification setting for slaves rating turned off, so we don't see when we take them, but like, it's honestly just so insane. I think we win this, maybe? We have really, like, modern military, and we know that they're on H2 stuff. Let's bop this guy. The states make wonky decisions in general. Yeah. They build up in high control based on satisfaction. That's just for the RGOs. But their default motivation for building in high control doesn't make any sense. But I believe it's only RGOs, and they haven't changed it. But maybe they'll change more. In theory, they should build in places with the least control. But if they do that, that's actually just gonna, like, invert your economy, where, like, all your wealth will just be in areas far away from the capital, and it'll be, like, cripplingly bad, because the estates get so much money. Like, you could see here, like, if we look at wealth, the wealth tends to be concentrated around people's capitals. That's because they build there and the estates build there. They have a market capital, or they don't have a capital in Cordoba, but they have a governor. Yeah, but I'm thinking, like, we might have to stop using this mod. Faster Universalis, because I think it, like, the effect it has on combat, I think is... Well, we just lose this because our fronts saturate funny. But they, in part, so our fronts saturate funny. It's easier to saturate the fronts funny with this mod. Yeah, I think we're not into this. But they're like full occupied, so they're kind of into ending the war. And we don't have a big merc stack anymore, so we're kind of into the war. We do want to leave Tver with something that is... that they can make a claim on. But other than that, kind of into feeding them their cores back. Okay. Maybe something like this. Here, I have to use the restroom. I will be right back. Also, we'll try and think about what else we want to take here. If we know we were going to put a regional governor in Novgorod, though, that kind of informs to some extent where we want to put stuff. Alright, I'm back. What about creating market to get market villages going, and then once they're sustaining, destroy the market? I think it just deletes all of the burger promotions. If we can get there with a road, though, then that will save us. For Iberia, I think Aragon got the worst of it, though. Portugal feels good. Castile needs a bit more time to be sorted, but Aragon needs basically all their forts and run 0 sliders. Oh, just a game start like the struggle bus? Yeah. Does Arctic do something negative? Well, so Arctic is just... You want to have, like, market access in areas where you have, like, good economic activity. And one of the problems with the Arctic in general is population growth is really bad. Because you don't get the available free land modifier. But we're actually kind of getting decent pops up here. A lot of this is wetlands too, but like... The capacity is not super borked. Like, the capacity is based on vegetation, or the biggest part is based on vegetation. I guess it's sparse. It's like, it's all... The capacity is also not too good, but it's not like desert bad. But... if we can have it feed input goods to Stockholm... I mean, we could make one for it to have economic activity. The problem is the investment we have to make to get proximity up here is also relatively high. And you would prefer to just have... What's the best way to explain this? You have economic opportunities, and you have cashing in on those economic opportunities. What you care about is being as efficient per input as possible, and then also being as efficient per input as possible in areas of high control for adding to the economic base. So what we would prefer is we would prefer to build almost all of our economic activity down here, or also to another extent up for here and here if we are going to move the capital to Copenhagen. But okay, sure. So we care about having iron, or we care about having, like, tools. We care about this production efficiency modifier, and so we want to be constructing tools where we have demand for tools so that the price is high, and we care about... So demand for tools, this is an economic opportunity. Being in the same province as an iron, this is an economic opportunity. And then we cash in here. As we build more tools, this drives the price of tools down. So this deletes kind of some of the economic opportunities. Right now, the iron here is creating an economic opportunity in the sense that it is allowing the places down here to have better margins in areas where we have high control. If we make a market up here, the iron is no longer in our market. And so we are losing economic opportunities. Now, to be fair, we will have these economic opportunities in a new market up here. But the question is in the new market up here, are we getting a good enough shake for that to be worth it, in the sense that, are we getting enough control in this location? And the answer is we can't really get control up here very, very easily at all, especially in the upper reaches. And so that means that we don't really want to be building a bunch of urban buildings in this area, really. And instead we want to use it to create economic opportunities for the southern portion of our country. Which doesn't mean that we don't want to urbanize up here, but building a bunch of urban buildings up here can make it so that we actually lower our tax base, because we would rather have the urban buildings where we get 4 times as much of the money. Is it me, or is in 1.1 levies way more useless and just die super fast? I feel that they're stronger, but maybe I'm wrong. I feel that they're stronger than they were on the previous patch, but, like, they're still pretty useless. Well, I think they can kind of go toe-to-toe much, much better on a per-unit basis than regulars. Regulars are also now way bigger. There's way more men per regular unit. Like, it used to be if you had to have a unit of 10 regulars... Like, a unit of 10 regulars is 5 times the size as it was before now, though. In terms of men. Arctic is so bad, it also doesn't get free land modifier for migration attraction, unless you really overly invested, and never will be as good as other lands. Yeah. And so, if we create a market up here in the Arctic, the issue is that it will... Some of the things that are creating economic opportunities that we have right now will be pulled away from an area where we think is more valuable. So... But we could get... When the pop is extraordinarily low, we could get an enormous amount of pop growth from granaries. So this has been kind of nice. Yeah, the places that can be urbanized are all, like, fur locations, because the fur is, like, lucrative enough. And these places have pulled a lot of pops because it's just slaves. Like, we're actually not getting good pop growth up here, we're just getting slaves pulled from the market. If we made a market, we wouldn't get slaves pulled out of here as well. Like, we would have to build slave centers up here, rather than pulling the slave centers from the Swedish market. So, like, I think the desire to, like, always make a new market is, like, kind of trappy. But, like, maybe we're okay with not everything getting enough market access to turn on the market villages. But, this, to some extent, makes our furs less profitable. The fact that it has no market access is also a bit of an issue. You can see tax base per level. None. But if we look at the location wealth, the wealth... Yeah, no, the wealth is, like, nothing. And the wealth is nothing because there's no market access. So actually these bailiffs don't make that much sense. These bailiffs would only make sense if there was market access. Let's get rid of them. I wasn't thinking with my dipstick, Jimmy. Yeah, the main idea is that we are going to be... There we kind of have some market access. Apologize, was not thinking with my dipstick. What is going to be really good, though, up there is going to be trade buildings. Because they will add burgers and trade capacity. My suggestion is to use the Arctic its pop factories with settlements and get them to migrate to the south. I mean, us just getting to... I think eventually we start exporting the furs. I think currently we're not. We also don't have an enormous surplus, though. Silver mine of Sala. We have no need of silver. Questionable. Sala will change to silver. Hell yeah, brother. Big nice. We will want a bailiff here. It's nice, yeah? So question, I bucketed someone and gave that land to a vassal, but the country that got bucketed still pushes control through your vassal. Are you in the HRE? HRE, you push through other HRE members. What? No, we barely got to make use of it. We actually didn't even get to make use of it. Plus 500% output. I wonder if there's a way to keep that, but okay. Oh, we wanted to peace out now. Yeah, that's right. We got distracted. I think we want Volga. We don't want this because this is what's giving us a claim. I guess we could just... This? We're a little bit leery about adding people to the coalition that are currently not in it. Smolensk, because Yaroslavl and Muscovy are just all clearly in it. Alright. We want to give him... Yeah, we want to give this guy this location first. Rostov. Alright, we're kind of okay on the dip cap now. was a little bit close for a hot second, but we've annexed so many guys. Oh, we're annexing too many people. Holy shit. I thought we had just finished a bunch, but we hadn't. This is not how we drew it up. I think some of them will not be working. Well, one thing is you can decrease army maintenance. You can't decrease merc maintenance. We don't really have much in the way of mercs left here. We might consolidate them. We'll see. But I do think Stockholm can move inland at least a little bit. And I like here because it's also right on top of the silver. Because the silver, we would be getting more money from if it had more market access. I'm trying to think through this, chat. I think Lund market we maybe move over here. Lubeck market we maybe move here. Sweden market we move to the left. Oslo market we move to the left. Riga we make another market somewhere down here. And we move Riga north slightly to give some access to this area across the way that's non-Arctic. Because some of that's going to be losing out because Stockholm moves inland. Or do we want this coastal access from the Stockholm market? If we do want it, I mean, we're only 2 locations from the silver and somehow we don't have good access there. What is that about? Could connect direct. Maybe your map mode set up with the keybinds. You should be able to show map mode for upgradable cities, towns. There is. You see these stripes? That means it's upgradable. So these rural locations with the stripes, they have enough pops to upgrade. The urban locations with the stripes, like Malmo here, Malmo has enough pops to upgrade. It does show. Game is awesome, it's just way too many clicks and map mode changes to do basic things. Yeah, if you go to my Discord, I have pinned the hotkeys that I'm using, which is why I don't need to click stuff manually very quick. Does removing provinces from the HRE before giving to a vassal fix it? Maybe. Why not use return core for less antag? Because last time we tried to use that interaction, it didn't work properly. Yeah. Improved Diplo rep, like, once you actually start caring about some of those things, it's just so nice. Well, these guys haven't converted the Novgorod very well at all yet. So let's stop that annexation. That is unfortunate though, because then we can't get a road. Can't get a road where we want it. Alright. Yeah, this is about the inflation rate we kind of want to be sitting on. So we'll slow things down a little bit. some reason colonization seems like it gets borked, basically. Or exploration of, like, adjacent stuff. What are these guys doing? Doubled in pop size. I don't think they have settlements. We maybe could be managing that a little bit better. Alright, there's the settlements. What about market villages? The market village is just an insane building for them. But not going to be that high value. I don't think it's Arctic. Oh, it is Arctic. Yikes. Yikes. What does the Maritime mod do? It makes it so that we do not take attrition in winter. It was just more than we could bear. See, I think we do want Copenhagen to be the future capital, so we're going to start doing this there. Religious education, of course, I think we want to do every time. Monthly literacy is nice, progress towards innovative is nice, and 5 research is nice, so... Or monthly progress towards innovative is nice in a temporary band, basically. Alright, who has the most Diplo? This idiot. Alright. So we should get another 6 push towards innovative. Do you think Exodus campaign would ever be worth streaming? I don't think I've played Exodus. I'm not sure what that is. Fascinating. The burghers have decided that roads up here now make sense. That's good for us. It's probably because we have enough proximity there for them to actually generate control. Alright, call to freedom we don't want to do. We do want to pass this, though. We could call to freedom if we have to. We'll go for additional taxes right now. Alright, that's hit equilibrium. Oh, we're not even pushed towards serfdom anymore, I forgot. Let's just click through that. These guys are upset. Location wealth. How bad is it that market access doesn't go past lakes? Is the increased procs worth it? Well, I mean, lakes are insane. They're just not insane on that front. May I see your market centers, or you didn't optimize them yet? No, I was trying to think through it. So I think that we move Lund over here, maybe. Lund is kind of tricky. The thing is, like, the access through the forest stuff is really, really bad. The access through forests is really bad. Yeah, this is the map mode we need to, like, think through this on, I think. And the access through waterways is really bad, and we have a ton of that. So our markets aren't very good. And so the question is, in light of that, how are we supposed to play it? I think I like moving the Oslo market at least over 1, but maybe over 2. But like over to here at the very least. To get closer to the silver. We have this area. It's in the Lund market. Right? I am inclined to put the Lund market here. We don't own this location. Oh, we do own this location. I'm inclined to put the Lund market here. In the middle of all these farmlands, with the understanding that even though it goes through the water poorly, we will be able to get reasonably high stuff over here. But then the Lübeck market, it's just so close. They're kind of stepping on each other's toes. The Lübeck market probably wants to go inland. A market wants to be made here. I think the Riga market wants to go north. Riga's right on rivers, though. But you want to be upland from the river anyways. And you want to be on rough terrain, so Riga maybe comes to here. Kind of like that. The reason I kind of want to move the Riga market north is capture this portion here. Because the Sweden market was thinking moving inland. To like here. Be on top of the silver, and then have better access to this stuff. Here. What's vegetation? So, because you don't care about the tile you're on, but this is maybe a little bit crazy. Kind of considering putting the market right here. We're 1, 2, 3 away from the silver still. We get pretty far from this stuff, though. Well, I guess 70% to Stockholm. Roughly. It's either that or, like, wanting to create a market over here. To some degree. I guess we could maybe just let the Lund market take it. The Lund market's probably still going to have similar level of access over here. So, like, the Lund market over to here. It's going through one land location, a C zone, and then instead of 2 C zones and then there, it's going to be similar. The Lund market over here. Like, this is going to have worse access. Like this specifically. So maybe that's a little bit too crazy. But you don't pay for what you go through. And then everything's moving over to the left. This is coming up slightly, moving to the right. It would leave kind of this open zone, though. Yeah, the market access would be even more of an issue, which this kind of makes us want to move Stockholm up and maybe even make a secondary market, but I don't think that works. I think there's not enough space. I think the Lund market comes here. We end up moving our capital to Copenhagen. It feeds here, and this market's pretty big, and maybe we move Sweden north slightly. Maybe just north of the silver, even, onto the beeswax. Or the horses, even. Kind of in the middle of everything. The water's like not good for propagating market access, but it's like it's what we're using to get up into the north here. So actually, I think we want to maybe be on the C zone if we can. So if we want to be on the C zone, where does it go? It goes here, right? It's on a river. Could also go on the beeswax again. It's, do we want to have to pay to go through that fish location or not? I kind of like moving it inland a little bit. Actually, no. If our main market's going to be this Lund market that moves over, because we move the capital to Copenhagen, does anyone know if... Oh, someone made the thing for checking for content. Let's actually maybe take a look at this. Actually, wait. First, I gotta see if... Okay. If we were going to type something, I gotta make sure it doesn't, like, auto-complete my address. Alright, so someone made this. And we want to see if there's a reward for buildings. Do we get a unique building in the capital is the biggest thing. Policy unlock, legitimacy stab, government reform and legitimacy. Building. Uppsala University. That doesn't sound like, a big deal. We just don't want to move off of a unique... If Stockholm specifically gets a unique building, we don't want to move off of it. Get long name tooltip, alright. So I don't know what this does. But we're out of the year range. Oh, we triggered this. Okay. This is the one that gave the pirates. High market access around the lakes, so it will be important since it correlates with high control. Would you like the lakes to be the same market? Kind of. The thing is, it just scuffs everything else. We were thinking of putting the capital here. Or sorry, the market center here. Just in the middle of all of it. The thing is like, we're like halfway to the point of like wanting a new market. I think the market access here isn't bad enough that we want a new market. I think like under 60% is kind of the threshold. If we move it here, this will still have similar market access. It might switch over to Lund though. Like you can see the Lund, this type of thing. I think we'll have a similar amount out from here. It's the Lubeck market that's like really kind of small and ugly and not what we're into. Let's save and take a look. What happens if we move Lund over? Well, let's see what happens if we move both of these over. So, let's relocate to Gelfe. And let's relocate... Oh, we can't relocate to there. Similar idea, but let's do it here. So we won't keep it there, but I think that that's kind of somewhat similar. So this stays in the other market, but now has 6% less market access. But I think we end up getting more up here too. Trying to get above 0. These places get a lot better. I mean, Randers needs to be here for us to check. Sala specifically gets a lot better. I think that having the market access close to premium resources is something that's really valuable. And then on the in-between, it's kind of got like the break point where maybe start wanting to make it. Yeah, I mean, we're on the borderline of just wanting a third market. Like, we move Oslo over too. I think it goes here, but let's just move it here temporarily. Because we're gonna reload either way. And we're like on the cusp of wanting another market right here, basically. We can see what that would look like, but I don't think it's good. So really just kind of painful, to be honest. Like, especially because we have, like, a very big chunk of, like, location wealth here. Like, if we do it based on our location wealth map mode, we actually should just put it in Obrigada. Which is kind of what we were thinking initially. I think we're planning on making this the market capital and this the actual capital. But like a market here is just too much overlap. Like we're pushing like 80%. It's just too. Like Nora would have like 80% market access from both of them. The market would be like this. It would get all of this down here, but it would be this weird like. You could also take a look at this. So we thought about moving it to Obrigada, so we can see what it looks like that with that. Which I think is better than what we currently have. You know what's kind of cute is, actually, short term, just moving it to Obrigada is probably better. With the idea that we want to move it to Galfe eventually, but I think that's going to be worth more than 800 gold. Like, I don't think that that's so expensive that we don't want to do it. And we can take one final look at, like, the kind of, like, insane one, which I think is here. Which I think just doesn't quite work, but this actually, in the short term, this actually might be good. Yeah, look at all this stuff gets pulled out of the market. Let's actually see how much gets pulled out into the Riga market as well. If we're in the other spot. So Obrigada maintains control over all of this, which is kind of what we wanted. And gets to be closer to... And by being closer also increase the wealth of all these locations. So I think we temporarily move that over. I think we're into that. Is toll revenue not determined by market access? Sound toll? I believe it's by control. You're saying it's by market access. Someone told me it was by control. It might be by both. It might be getting treated like an RGO. Because we got nothing from Hormuz when we had no control there. It's probably both, actually. Why'd you turn it into a theocracy? So we don't have to pay for our government power slider because it doesn't do anything negative. Or it's just 5% satisfaction. Also, this is kind of like a meme run where we're going north. Well... thought we had a bailiff here. What the hell? Well, we move the capital to Copenhagen, we won't need one. I mean, eventually we're going to be the only one pushing trade through here, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, we don't get very much from the sound toll right now. No, it's by control? That's it? You've had enough of this run? Man sees one Northland and he's immediately outraged. Alright. Yeah. It'll be better for us right now. That sucks. In our reroll, we can choose between stability or 12 stability or 5 research. What happened here? Didn't we have enough support? That doesn't even help that much. Well, we'll do this, because they build stupid RGOs if we don't. Yeah, I think this is good. Stockholm, like, still has 86% access, but all of this just has way more access. And, like... oh, man, I like this so much because it's, like, also right on top of all this iron. Yeah, it's so much brighter here for the resources. Not a lot of trade happening by the AI, then. Norse is a meme. It's a lifestyle. We chose the way of the boat. Everyone was wondering, hey, generalist, why is it that when you swap theocracy, you go to an admiral election? It's because you follow the way of the boat. The boat is law. If there's a run that's supposed to go theocracy, surely it is a Norse run. Alright, we're gonna see if we can annex anyone. I think we can kind of move things along, to be fair. Let's annex this guy, too. Why did I click that? We're annexing like 5 people right now. We need to not annex more people. I don't know why I did that. Do we have a good CB on these idiots yet? We do. Good. CB. Do we want to fight Brahma? No. Okay. Let's fight these guys. Finally. And we are going to... We declared war on a guy with the HRE. Why do we not have military access? Because the Teutonic Order doesn't have access. Yeah. We could walk our asses around. I don't like that. I don't think we have anywhere near enough transports for 8k guys, though. Oh. I want to make it so that the only army that... The only guy that attempts to transport them is the transport dudes. But I can't. Can't get what I want here. Do we want them to be good in admin? We do. I think we're gonna choose the peasant guy again. One day we'll get our army over. GameStar Biz make $15 in toll, moving the market capital to Thessaloniki makes it 3.41. We fought the boat, but the boat fights back. True. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was both. It might just be both. Like, both get multiplied. Are there any more mercenary techs that we're missing? Mercy. Okay. maybe regulars are still too strong? I don't know. How many locations are we at? We're 10 locations away, so... Oh, we're gonna have it after just annexing these guys. We don't have to do anything funky here. I was thinking we would just annex this guy and then hold on to his territory for an extended period of time. We don't even need to do that. Definitely gonna upgrade. Basically anywhere that has a solid harbor, I think we're gonna go for. For now. We could probably just do everywhere. And then this should be urbanized because it has really good harbor capacity. Let's actually maybe do a little bit of a tour here. Yeah, sorry, wool. Not gonna cut it. Ava's gonna be good eventually. Yeah, so I think we could just subjugate this other guy. Much less antagonism, considering this is gonna make every German spaz out really hard. They're gonna be like, why are you doing this? 50% fish production is just too strong not to go Norse. Norse doesn't give fish production. Wait, what? We don't have any fish production. We have the food production here, I guess. Oh, we can form it mid-war? We don't have to be at peace? Don't have to be at peace? Scandinavia time, boys. Are we ready for some dopamine? Are we ready for that hit? Huh? Okay. Oh, confirm. There we go. It's like the same color. The grand theocracy of Scandinavia. You know what? I think we can make this a little bit more grand. Let's make this a little bit more grand looking. Let's keep it on blend. Okay, okay. Okay. We want the big name. We want it big. If you venerate one of the gods, it gives 50% fish production. I don't think that's worth as much as 5% literacy, but it's maybe a vibe. Oh! Oh my god, that name placement's awful. What the hell? What is this? Oh, it's so bad. Why is it so bad? Why is the name placement so bad? Why is it so bad? See, the other one we could give... Oh, the maritime and fish output. If initiative was better, I think that we're supposed to do Odin, though. That's great and all, but where's Italy? Yeah. Where's Italy? I don't know how I feel about this. Why is it... Not like this, brother. Why is it like this? Why are you like this? Maybe if we finish these colonizations, it'll get where we want it. At least the Norse looks good. You know what? This is kind of what we want, anyway. This is what we wanted. J. Is this everything you dreamed of? No, I dreamed of the name being absolutely massive, but starting over here and going over here. That's what I dreamed of. This is not the dream. We're not living it. I don't think we co-belligerate this guy. But we're just taking slaves here, dog. We're just big vibes only. Slaves taken. That was 26k. Now it's 24. You love to see it. That'll be going to a city. Thank you. Although we could move the capital there, even right now, instead of the... I mean, I do think it's better. It means we'll have 63 procs where we have Sweden now. I don't think this is built up enough. I think eventually we do want the capital there, though, because you really care about harbor capacity. Like, in a way you didn't before. And it's, like, in the middle of all these farmlands. God, I hate that the video we made on this is, like, invalid now. The truth, it hurts. This we need urban so we can move the market, though, as well. Alright, that works. But it's 50% more fish. Imagine all the fishing villages become a tiny bit more worth it. I think the fishing villages would actually still struggle to make money. Love seeing Roman Empire across the entire Med. Yeah. My favorite ever was Victoria 3, like, having Byzantine, like, just, like, absolutely perfect across the Med. One of my favorite, ones of these we've ever gotten. To be fair, we maybe don't even want to annex these guys at this point. Because I think they're using Deaf Province. He's not. Maybe we let this guy survive. We let this guy live because he's using Dev Province. That's kind of wasteful. To be fair, controlling like low control stuff anyways is just kind of bad. You will be spared, little one. keep it as part of Scandinavia. That's not Sweden, that's Scandinavia. God, this is so freaking ugly where the name is. Remember when I said we should be nice to the developers? I'm taking it back, Chad. I'm not really taking it back. Alright. What if we put the capital over here? God, this is all worth... So much of our eco is up here. Lund is also worth a lot, but that's just because the market capital's here. God, we have like no bonuses here. Maybe we don't want to move the capital down here. Just like no prod bonuses. What's iron? Never heard of that before. Cariela's 80. Cariela's better than Stockholm though. This place is also 100. Here it could also work just as well as here maybe. That'd feel really wonky having it splitting the markets, but from here we would be able to do both here and over here pretty well. This is going to be a big chunk of our economy though, and this is coming out from Stockholm. But we are thinking of putting a regional governor in here, Novgorod, which is going to handle a lot of this. Build a regional governor up here right now. I think it just like, we have more procs here. Yeah, it's just a very slight amount of procs it would give us. Novgorod or Pskov would give us a lot more. Pskov's like in a really interesting spot because of the lake. Yeah, fishing villages struggle because the extra... Oh, yeah, that's also... Yeah, the salt. I didn't even think about this. Any gamers have speculative insight about when 1.1 will go live? They said before the end of February, so they're running out of rope here. As they say, take it back now, y'all. Is that a Tropic Thunder reference? Started a North Sweden game inspired by your run and realized I could just play Morocco into Spain and get the sweet Mediterranean development. Yeah, Morocco into Spain is where it's at. I've actually... So I was thinking of doing a Portugal run, and then I was like, but wait, I could just do Morocco into Spain. But I feel like we just did Granada on stream. I'm thinking that I don't do Novgorod, though, after having done this, because this is somewhat similar. It depends how deep we want to play this. I think this is going to be the last session of Scandinavia, though. So I guess we don't play it that deep. Not enough to, like, get a handle on, like, this stuff. I have to do the best capitals in Eastern Europe, and like Baltic and Ruthenia are like so much harder to evaluate, I feel like, than a lot of the other places. I mean, Baltic's gonna be somewhere in here almost certainly. Maybe it's not that hard. I don't know. I'm hoping that as we finish those, the Scandinavia name snaps over. Interesting that they're getting slaves. Oh, let's... I hate that you have to explore this before it finishes. Terrible. You can't explore inland. You can only explore inland from your locations, not your subjects. Alright. Cuba. I think this helps our trade. Eventually we'll want to do through there. How are we doing on a global income? Okay. Do it by faith. Wait, what? Wow, we have a lot of pops. It's actually just slave rating's insane. We don't need to encourage migration anymore. We're gonna continue to dev this up. It's just like... maybe there's too many negative modifiers. I think it's just forest is the issue, right? Yeah, it's just a ton of forest. It's not gonna dev up that well. Is there a big province over here? Zealand is actually pretty big. It's 8 locations with farmland, so you're getting like good modifiers. For us, it's not connected to the capital, though. Is there anything crazy going on in here? Yeah, I'm not seeing like places with 8+, really. A lot of 6s and 7s. I guess that's 8. That's 8 as well. I mean, a bunch of 8s in here. Get a couple irons and stuff too. Kogala also will make a lot of sense as capital from the perspective of this is actually going to be our highest dev area, the flatland, this, which we've been deving for some time now. This is 12 locations. But then we make it into a market kind of desert. I guess it's kind of splitting the markets. We're gonna do that so this location pulls slaves so we can urbanize it so we can put a market capital there. Cardiella seems better for their Swedish econ while still unlocking more procs in Denmark and Norway, but you're trading so much procs in Finland, hard to say it's worth it. Cardiella? Cardiella. We talk about here for the capital. It's very, like, centrally located with a lot of this, but yeah, we're losing a lot in Finland, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 2 more sea zone jumps. But this exit's 7. Because the harbor capacity, we're getting, harbor administrations, this modifier they changed, that's actually a lot stronger. I didn't even realize that. This is like 7, and 7 is like the equivalent of 2.5, a little over 2 sea zones. Whereas here, we're getting from harbor capacity 50% without the buildings yet. And then once we have the buildings, I think it'll be 22.5% more percent decrease. If we have 22.5% more percent decrease rate, then it's 92.5%. Let's just call it 90% and just understand it's a little bit better. So this cost will get reduced, the prox cost will get reduced to 4. Effectively saving us a segment. So it's only 1 more segment to get to Finland from here. But all of this on the left side is way closer. Right, because the way that we're getting over here is we're going 1, 2, 3 segments. And we're going through here, same idea. We're farther from the lake, though. I wonder if it would go in through this wall. This is a harbor. Rather than going in through Sweden, because it's the extra sea zone bump. Probably depends on which one. Yeah, you know what's interesting is it probably will wrap around here for some of these locations, wrap through here for some of these locations, and then wrap through Sweden for like the northern ones. If we move the capital here. Talking myself into moving the capital to there. But I think either way, you really value the extra harbor capacity. Is Sweden a theocracy because the Norse worship the drowned god? What is dead may never die. You meant the one you're referencing on the other end of the lakes? Oh, Kongala? Yeah, I just think that it's like a while before we get... So, we need to get harbor suitability to... In order to make it free, base you need 150% harbor suitability. But you only need 120 total harbor suitability, I think. With the 20% discount that we're getting. So let's look at actual harbor capacity. So they're actually kind of close. Actually, we would get to 120% here. So we would have a free exit. But they're 2 upgrades away from a free exit. The thing is, like, where this would be the most valuable is, like, this, and we don't have any of this. And also, this internal stuff's not that valuable. Oh god, nothing's gonna make that name move to like a tolerable spot. This is our only hope that these completions do something. I don't think we take anything. People are gonna be upset enough. Take those Ghana maps, though. I'm gonna take them. I swear. That doesn't seem too expensive. Actually. I'm just kidding. Yeah, everyone freaks the frick out. Why conquer poor eastern areas instead of German Baltic coast? Are you in a harder difficulty? Well, this will pop us basically instantly for a coalition from the HRE. Which kind of rather not. I mean, well, at this point we can kind of fight, but I think that I generally avoid antagonism and this type of thing probably more than necessary, because I think that it should be like everyone unifying against you like should be more punishing than it is probably. And it bothers me a little that it's not. Just in case. Want to have a colonial game. Just being next to lakes is so powerful, though. You know what's kind of interesting is here might be good as a capital, because it's actually, like, kind of closer to more lakes, almost. No, it's probably not better than Sweden or Stockholm. This might be better than Stockholm. It isn't as close to the silver and the iron, though. I think maybe we actually just are super into getting 100 control here. And that maybe this just, we are okay to keep it. Because it's more important that you have... Yeah, I mean, just where we have the eco right now. Doesn't make sense. And just looking at the prod bonuses here, the prod bonuses here are awful. So having really high control here to build the urban stuff, okay. But then your prod bonuses are really bad. The prod bonuses will scale back over time, but like we have like iron up here. And it's not like we have cotton and dyes and a whole bunch of cool stuff down here. There's some cool stuff up here though. Like this seems like a very nice location to play in. AE should be the main curb to Bohemia France blobbing, not artificial AI behavior modifiers. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, AE, like, they're not doing a lot with it right now, but I think in theory, like, a huge driver of behavior of AI should be, trying to, if someone is high threat and they have, like, any antagonism, this should just be terrifying, but also high threat in general. Has anyone told you look from the blacksmith from Okhotsk? I've never heard that before. Just become the world's only exporter of prestige beer? This is the real solution. I think Norway's giving us claims on Scotland right now. Who's giving us claims on Scotland? Is it Orkney Island? Yeah. Which is very cute. I think we also could build a Barca village in here. On a settlement. I could have sworn we explored this. Maybe it's just the wrong one. We have 3 more locations. I think this is the last colony. No, not quite. We also maybe need to think of it from, so having your location be a little bit more polarized versus splitting it's not as good anymore. So also this like this in-between location here, if we can have here and then a governor here, there and then a governor here is just way better. And that's what we can do right now. So I think that's what we'll do. Yeah. We could have a land governor as well. In some of these locations. We can have a land governor here right now. Just Viborg doesn't give us very much. For whatever reason, we can have a land governor and... Oh, wait a second. For whatever reason, the game lets us put a land governor in Lubeck, and now that's reached the point where that actually might be good for us. I think it's a bug, so we won't do it. Oh, we could use a lot more of these, to be fair. Let's do that. Yeah, no idea why we could do this. But the current proximity is there's low. Is it a good harbor? It's not awful. Could also put one here. I mean, they're so cheap to rebuild. Currently we are getting, yeah, we would only get like plus 8% proximity. I mean, this is the guy we want to annex. Maybe we annex him next? Even though he's not flipped everything. Nor is he appearing to try. Did he flip back? He did flip back. That's the issue. Well, now we're not going to annex him for a while. I mean, we could go around. We could connect this all the way around here and annex this other dude. Seems hella derpy. Mainly finishing this guy off with the slaves. Does Sweden's copper value mountain never gain any sort of value? Yes. It's like plus 400% output. I think it doesn't. Yeah, it does show it on the map. They have their fish modifier doesn't show up on the map, but this plus 400% copper output. So the copper we get per level is real high. 5 output per level. I think we might actually be able to push serfdom now. Yeah. Make cannons. I do think make use of the copper. But no pops up there, so kind of moot. Any plans on a Moroccan campaign? I was thinking of a Moroccan campaign because I wanted to do something more focused on colonization now that slavery's kind of been fixed. Or the plantations. But also, I feel like I've played in Iberia or around Iberia so much, and I need to do a campaign that is a bit closer to Eastern Europe. This is a campaign that's a bit closer to Eastern Europe, but I do want to do the best capitals in XYZ area. We're going to be doing a Kiev run on Tuesday, though. So that's going to give us a good look at Ruthenia. And maybe these other ones. I feel like we've kind of sussed out Scandinavia a lot better, but Scandinavia is not in Eastern Europe. Thank you for all those slaves. We should have started with this one. I prefer this as a... where the market goes. I don't know if this is supposed to be where we eventually make balance the budget. We want traditionalism preserved. Guess maybe we can high roll the events. We still want the max tax. Ooh, baby, look at that income though. Hot. Did have a baboon. Maybe we should get a different noise suite. Alright. Let's get all the buildings. Would be really good for proximity here. Yeah, because the entry cost is very cheap. Hey, Rorston the VT, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated, my guy. Oh wait, here, I got this, chat. I'm gonna do a shout out. Oh. There we go. What were you playing? Intense Sweden War? It's a Sweden War. we're mainly raiding for slaves here. We are Norse. And happy to do it. Scandinavia at this point. But welcome, raiders. Pocket of orthodoxy. Really, we actually get quite a few of these pockets. These are the result of slaves. But you know what's really neat? We haven't really emphasized this very much at all. So, education of the missionaries for theocracy gives you plus 50 pop conversion speed. The base rate is 2. So you convert real fast. Like super fast. If you have any control, things get converted instantly. We also have forced slave conversion, and we have slave rating. So when we took a look at the slave map mode, there's like no slaves anywhere. There's 13,000 total slaves. We have taken a lot more than 13,000 slaves because they get promoted very near instantly. They get shuffled around a little bit. They get shuffled to RGOs, which is why we have like pops up here. But then they just get promoted, and we don't have to deal with any of the negative aspects of slaves, basically, and we get to keep all the positives. Yeah. Is there a bug with values at the moment? I'm playing Holland and Netherlands. I'm stuck at 94 plutocracy drifting with 0.6, but it never goes over 95. No, there's no bug. You can only push through drift an amount that is equal to 100 times your trend. So with drift, the farthest we can push towards innovative is 19. We cannot push all the way. Yeah. What's your opinion on this game compared to Victoria 3, relatively new to strategy games? I would say Victoria 3 is way more about depth, and this is way more about breadth. Victoria 3, you get Victoria 3 is really good on the politics and the economics, and then it's like not doing a lot of other stuff. A lot of people don't like Victoria 3 warfare. I like the design principle. I think the execution's like I think Victoria 3 is more polished. EU5 is like a ton of different systems. Like there's way more systems. And I think that the warfare system a lot more people are attracted to. I don't have like a specific affinity for the warfare system, but let's enforce culture on these guys. And a couple more. We were thinking of moving the capital here. Or the putting a regional capital down there. It's supposed to increase it by 0.6 with the cabinet action, but been stuck on 94.36 for like 5 years. Right, the highest you can push with a 0.6 trend is 60. Unless I'm... Are you saying that you have... like over 0.95 on the trend and it's not pushing up? Wait, why do we have to go that way? Oh, when we complete the piece, yeah, they'll be exiled. I forgot, as long as we're fighting an HRE member, that's not how that works. Alright, let's vassalize this guy for a Saxe-Laugsburg. Wait, what the hell? Why is this expensive? Because I misclicked. We do not want to liberate anything. Oh, it's so much antagonism. Oh, not like this. We're gonna have ourselves a little bit of a coalition. We'll try and get the biggest people out of it, though. It's quite a bit of negative inflation we can get. What do we have to do? Roll Noble Authority. Allows us to push towards more serfdom, but we still can't... We really enjoy having the extra tax rate, but we can't push all the way. Also the 12 stab hits vibe. Coalition more chances for intern acquisition. Slave Raiden, aka intern acquisition. The issue is we can't push... We have curtail the nobility. Without it, we would have 20% tax rate. Also, without parliament-approved taxes. The state's gonna get more powerful as we do serfdom, though. I think we just do this. We can tax exempt them to get this through. Guess we do that too. Alright. Although we probably should have just waited for an event. Yeah. What have I done? I forgot we had a subject there. What have I done? Now it will take us forever to move our army to the mainland. You know what? I don't want to watch. I don't want to do that. So we're gonna solve that problem. Also, this guy's about to join the coalition, and we can just wax him right now. Instead. These guys will for sure join the coalition or are already in it. So, setting ourselves up for a big fight with Muscovy and the rest of the coalition at some point. All these, like, German miners. Let's grab our Scandinavian tech, which we forgot to do. I'm putting it on you guys as well. You also forgot. Terrible. Alright. We type Scandinavia? Well, obviously we could type it there. Scan... No. I think we do have H2 tech from Scandinavia. Although I don't know if it's overlap. It might be overlap. Yeah, it's not. Legacy of the Kalmar Union. %5 trade efficiency. God, they just have to have it all. Alright, let's go for that. And then prox cost through port's also gonna be nice. Trade ethic is so strong. We had access to that one down there before, but we'll do that next. Is Curtail worth having a mid-cabinet? Our cabinet's not super mid because we could do this. I don't know, we have a bunch of guys in the mid-80s. I don't think that that's that big a deal. Like, if we take a look at the replacement, we have one replacement that's, like, there. But I guess stay winning Theocracy. We're gonna do a little bit of a check since we have gotten some amount of characters since we last checked. We're looking for someone that has this trait, which we don't see anyone better that has that trait, but the monthly dev, it's like a big chunk of the dev that we are generating. We lose inflation. Now we will bring this back, but at a somewhat aggressive amount. I think we need a little bit over 0.003 so that we will have over 2 inflation by next parliament. So let's go with that. Have you played Ming at all? Yeah. Or I've played China, sorry, I haven't played Ming specifically. Yeah, glad we didn't take a bunch of extra antagonism. These guys aren't that big though. Württemberg's kind of big. We'll have to make sure that we hold on to a reasonably large bank, kind of at all times. was using escape to get all that. But yeah. It do be a vibe here. It's also a reason for us to declare on Smolensk here and try and truce juggle them a little bit. If we deck on them, we don't have the diplomat, but it looks like they're getting dusted up by Muscovy right now anyways. But that would save us some heat, maybe. Considering the region's already full coalitioning us anyways. Like, North Germany's not full coalitioning us, right? We're avoiding Neumark, Saxony, Austria, Bohemia. And so, that's why we didn't take more in that previous war, because it's just like infinite antagonism to fight. To take HRE stuff. The real issue is that the Denmark stuff got added and we wanted to take the Denmark stuff, or the Danish stuff. Let's take the save and move over the market like we were planning and see what it looks like. Yeah, kind of into this. I don't think there's like a really good solution for Denmark just generally. Don't like where the Lübeck market's at now. Probably want to do something much more inland, like Osterberg. Or even deleting it is maybe not insane, but okay. And I do think that there's a market that wants to be made over here, and one down here. I'm gonna add a lumber, because we wanted to get more pops from slaves. Oh, the pain on the food. Alright, that's gonna be good. Let's go for the capital. Looks like they're fighting already, someone else. Not exactly how we drew it up. That's actually really annoying, because we wanted to, like, full annex them. We could wait. June 5th. Union of Scandinavia gives us 20 towards centralization. So many things also, like, make centralization feel like a reward or something you have to fight for, and it's just, like, now, like, bad. It doesn't matter because we're gonna trend the other way, like, really quick, but... Alright, so we do want to do this before they can do a thing. We'll just kick these guys while they're down and having to deal with the other guys. Oh, we should have declared on this guy instead. Oh well. Just doing this so we can fade the coalition. Getting really big. It is gonna be Muscovy though. Muscovy and friends. Basically. Hey, France in this game? Womp womp. Welcome to the party. Theocracy is so bullshit, monarchies need new buffs urgently. If they just gave disasters to theocracy and republic, it'd be much closer. Disasters for being on low this. In fact, I think monarchy would be better than theocracy, but probably still worse than republic. Have you tried Venice with the Venetian Signora? I've tried Venice. I haven't gotten the gov reform because I did not understand how to the way in which you slot it in or get it at the time I played them. Unfortunately, for me. So I guess Poland is going to take a chunk and we'll take the rest. The Goon Squad goes for them. They're doing their thing. The Goon Squad is doing their thing. Alright, the main thing we're waiting for is this last location. You're our only hope. See, we want our name painted on the map in a way that doesn't look awful. This looks awful. I think that this might be what's impeding us, so... we must do something about this. Swedish conversion stuff is going pretty well. What's your loyalty? We can get plus 20%. Send officers. Well, we can't annex this guy right now anyways, but I think we'll actually annex him. Or look to. Just a second here. Poland Blobbin, hella nice though. Hey, the University of Malmo. We'll do the option that gives these guys huge negative satisfaction, and then we will boost their satisfaction up through a very silly means. We will come in here and we will use all of our government power to recruit courtiers. And then we will get the event that gives us plus 10% satisfaction twice. Is this coalition? I mean, that's one way to approach this. I'm glad that they did not wait for Muscovy. That would have been actually sketchy. It's a shame that we can't really get too much out of these guys, unless we want to just perma-coalition or have to fight like Bohemia and stuff. Other than sweet, sweet slaves. But, sieging takes forever. This is the event we were talking about. Secularists among us, oh no. Plus 10%. Let's go. That's research speed, baby. I hate that. We have the bigger army, and they get the siege because they have the better general. I think whoever was there first, or Whoever has the biggest army should be the one who gets it. Usually they don't shit the bed super hard that getting occupations over there. Cool. I think we want to park armies on top of this for when Poland pieces them out. And then... oh, that's a huge army. Yeah. I don't know. Faster Universalis, the mod we're kind of experimenting with, has not been it for us on this front. Right, I think that one more stack of mercs ought to be enough. Maybe try these guys from Anjou. Surely there's a fort between here and Anjou. Anjou boys. Yeah, mercs are just so good. We could still hire more. Just sieges take forever. Let's, you guys go do something useful. Or get yourselves killed, because that'll keep you more loyal. The penalty for having low devotion was being free devotion is such an insane design choice. I think it was they would punt you back on a monarchy, but then they changed it. The day they fix the OP vassal stuff, the centralization might be good. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but that, it certainly is a moment of truth, chat. Is the name fixed or not? It's not. It's not fixed. This is the worst. Why is it like that? Is it because this guy? Is this the guy who needs to die? Is he part of the coalition? No, he's not. I think the most important stat is admin. $80K. Let's see if we can fight the 80K stack, to be honest. Or pinch a smaller stack. Gonna let them spread out a little bit into the fog. Let's try and pinch this stack. Okay, there's 8K gone. Let's walk back here and check out the other war. Looks like the subjects are going to be able to handle that just fine. Good old Papal States, good old reliable OPM Papal States able to merc up to 10k and is like the best subject ever. Best subject ever. Yeah, there's 87k. Yeah, we have to be a little bit careful around that. Well, I think we might beat it too, because we have all mercs that are modern and they have levies, but just want to let them split up first and see if we can get something better. Yeah, so they won't be able to reinforce that well here. It looks like we're killing the guys before they can saturate very well. We maybe should have given more time. I think once our fronts become unsaturated, we'll retreat. So our center's not full saturation anymore. We'll come back. We do more damage to them, like nominally. Oh wait, was there one last colony that needed finished? No, it still looks terrible. The Grand Theocracy stuff. And then we crash. The value will only drift up to a max of 100 times the amount. Yeah. Wow. That was forever ago that guy commented about that. You might be, yeah, you must be behind in the thing. Oh, I want to finish this war before finishing the session. I think this will be the last thing in the session. Game's not wanting to boot up very quick though. But, Mercs are just so good. There's no way we could take that, like, coalition fight without the Mercs. Well, actually, maybe we have, like, 40,000 conscripts. We're just not using conscripts right now. We wouldn't have declared... Yeah, maybe we would... The thing is, like, the only way to beat the coalition is just to annex everyone after a certain point. I'm not sure I like the mechanics for, like, coalition formation and also resolution. But maybe that's actually most reasonable. Being able to separate peace people is insane, though. Because we could annex literally all of, like, all the German states that are all together, we could just annex all of them. Oh no, wait, we only can separate peace if... Never mind. Only if we declare, but if we declare, then yeah. Okay, yeah, it bricked on the autosave. That's hella convenient. What? What are you doing? Get out of here. Alright, we'll see how the fronts saturate. We saturate way faster. We have arquebusiers. Yeah, faster Universalis, honestly, I think makes initiative good again. I don't think I can play with this because it changes balance. Alright, we don't have good saturation anymore, so... Gonna retreat. And hire some more mercenaries. We prefer them to have, like, some amount of cavalry and cannons. Yeah, these are all this age. Sure. Because we want the combined arms bonus. They'll also split up here. or they will stack all in one spot. I think we're just gonna subjugate this guy. I don't know if we win this. I'm curious. I think in theory we should mark up a little bit more. Because this is really punty, like, in terms of, like, losing the stacks. Oh, he doesn't seem to think so. He seems to think he loses that. But that's the AI. I think that this might be punty, but I don't know how much of their armies are mercs, because we didn't take a closer look, and I think that we beat a lot of the earlier age units. They just have so many more guys. Yeah, they have matchlock levies. If they're all with matchlock levies, I think the fact that they have 60% more guys should carry it, but also the fact that we saturate instantly in the faster Universalis mod, I think is pretty substantive. And the fact that they had to reinforce there is bad. No, we're taking a lot of damage here. They might oversaturate a front, but I think our right and our left flank are gonna fail here. We get a lot of damage though. I think we did more damage to them than they did to us. I think. Now this ratio is like too difficult. We don't want to hire from our area, our region. We don't want H2 units. We want those guys for combined arms. That works out for us, because then we will get claims versus Poland, too. Oh, that might have pissed people off if those are AHRE locations that we subjugated. I didn't even think about that. Alright. This war is being conducted fine by our subjects. Yeah, the coalition loop needs fixing. Yeah, I mean, I don't encounter it anywhere near as much as you, but, like, it's like, once you pass it, like, now the game fundamentally, like, just, like, looks weird. I don't know what the solution is, though, because I think people should just be uber pissed at you. Just the thing is like, historically speaking, do we have any examples of coalitions that, like, really failed? And, like, I don't really... I think of just Hitler and Napoleon, and both of them failed, so, like... Yeah. Now, we should just crush this. I think my only complaint right now is that naval governors cannot have a land connection. Yeah, I think that that's silly. I think it's silly that, naval gets more governors as well. I think that makes it so just like naval is like if you go land, you're like trolling. I feel like we're gonna put our king in charge of the navy here, so we stop backsliding. Now he's in charge of the navy. We will not slide away from naval. But like, you have to like be playing Bohemia in the early game or something for like it not to make sense. And like, even then, I think you're supposed to push naval just because you want to be on naval eventually. I don't know. In single player, in multiplayer, it's a little bit different. We've gotten so many pops from slave raiding as Norse. Like, honestly, we might just do top religions, and like, number 1 is Norse, number 2 is Shinto, number 3 is Sunni. Like, I mean, Norse might be better than Sunni, actually, like, unironically. There were some anti-Ottoman coalitions IRL that sometimes failed. Maybe, like, you should get, like, minus 40 or 50 antagonism if, every time you win a war against the coalition or something. But actually, antagonism just needs to scale differently. Like, right now, it's like, antagonism needs to scale, like, as an efficiency modifier, and then you scale it as an efficiency modifier, and then the numbers become a lot more condensed. And it's not so light switchy, because right now it's either you take 0 antagonism or it's uber apocalypse, right? And it's just infinite and it doesn't matter anymore. And then from there, like coalitions, like every time there's a failed coalition, and you, maybe there should be a peace deal where you can't take anything else, but you just calm down the coalition. And it's like minus 50 to 100 antag or something on everyone. He's so good on proximity. I think I'm not very good about placing the governors yet, though. But yeah, the thing is, it's gonna take forever to siege these guys. Oh, it's enforce. I'm stupid. I was taking losing battles just to, like, knock down their troop. Oh my god. I'm super punting. I forgot the war goal was that. That's bad. The war goal being that, I don't think we can recover the battlefield. Like, we lost too many of the big battles. I think it's not possible. They don't have enough army left for us to destroy, to win, to be winning from from X amount of battles. We might be able to get it so that it's not, they're not enforcing on us. Oh, this is bad. They don't have enough units left. Alright. We declared not on Chernu. Yeah, we might be at the point where we just say, it's untenable with the, like, Slavic group to not have max antagonism. Yeah, that's just how it is like, you just, like, light switch it, where you're like, okay, these guys are perma-antagged, and there's nothing we can do about it. I don't think North Germany is quite in that sphere, but I think the like, Slavs are gonna be. Yeah, nerf naval, I mean, I think it's unreasonable that they get extra governors, and I don't like the way the naval governors work as well. Or I don't like that, I don't like the way that the dev works. And the fact that you can't use a naval governor if you're not connected by land. What it should unlock is the ability to have overseas governors and use your normal governor slots overseas. And for those to also give you the road bonus. That's the way it should work. I don't know. Oh, what have I done? We're gonna have to actually accept that culture. What have I done? Otherwise we won't get cores. I think that's fine. I needed to convert that guy to Swedish. What have I done? Currently, I think we have... Oh, we're generating through Minsk. Yeah, this won't break anything. Are any of these partial provinces? No. Alright, to be fair, this is saying, okay, we want to have to fight Halish and Kiev now. And Volhynia, yeah. But it does eliminate this guy as someone we have to fight, basically. Oh. Let's go for it. We'll deal with the consequences of our actions later. I think we could keep Romania out of the equation, and maybe these guys. Yeah. The coalition's gonna get bricked by us doing war anyways. A lot of this is just, like, forever sieges for these OPM forts. Like, the fort apocalypse... I do not want to fight, like... in the HRE with the current, like, forts where you can't assault. Antac reduction being a war goal defeats the whole point of it, especially with the one-sided peace deal nonsense. Beating up a min-sized coalition for antac reduction would be the most toxic gameplay pattern ever. I don't know. I think that... Well, so I think also people... You should get coalition not just because of Antag, but also just because you're a strategic threat. And I think if you layer those ideas together, maybe it works. Like, I think that, or defensive packs should be... Well, actually, here's the thing, is, like, the way I think the game should work is a way in which it annoys the shit out of people. Which is, like, you should get, like, defensive packs to prevent expansion, and people should be, like, really anti-blob you. Like, if you blob a shitload, like, if France blobs, England, Castile, and Bohemia should all, like, band together and be like, nah, even if they are not the ones who the antagonism's being generated with. Like, maybe the way that they should care is how your threat trajectory is. if your threat trajectory is going up, this should cause people to coalition you. And so, like, antagonism plus threat trajectory, maybe. Okay, let's write down threat trajectory. They need to get rid of naval governors. They should just let you put them in your continent and that's all. I definitely think that you should be allowed to put them in adjacent subcontinents. Like, or at the very least adjacent regions. Like, if I have a capital in Maghreb and I can't put a naval governor in Sevilla, that seems really silly. I don't think I'm into that. Can I force... Yeah, I can't enforce religion on the Papal States, right? That would be absurd. You know what would be really funny is if the Papal State's the only Catholic left. It's just right there. Oh, wait, no way. Why has he got a bunch of Norse? Woo! Let's go! Threat trajectory is cooking. I like that. I think, yeah, so, like, that just makes it so, like, if you're getting so much stronger, you just get cooked. By the AI wanting to fight you. Maybe I'll suggest that to Pavia. They should just make the game better, am I right, chat? Dude, Tarkus, are you loving this? Are you loving the Norse Pope? Norse pagan Pope. Who's getting all the money from all the Catholics. Kowtow. Except for whatever the Norse equivalent is. Norse Caesar Borgia is definitely something. Anyone here play Assassin's Creed? There we go. That's what I'm saying. This is RP play here. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I guess we're into, like, trying to take as many slaves as possible from some high... Like, Mainz would give us a ton of slaves. Our subjects are gonna take a bunch of slaves, because our subjects are all Norse, and they take the... Yeah, well, maybe we're okay with that, too. Yeah, so Halish joins. Muscovy is in. I don't think they can declare a second coalition war, though, so we can just hold on to this war for a while. I mean, we're not even winning it right now. Kiev, surprisingly, is not super pissed. Maybe we can keep Kiev out of it. Is he still collecting tithes? Well, I mean, he has a 13k merc stack, I assume so. Like, AI needs to take nothing in coalition, peace deals, besides liberate land too. Not money, no humiliate. I don't know about that. I think historically they'd be like, well, I did so much work. Gonna take this, gonna yoink this. Hi, the Skull Goblets. Catholics are coming in to pay their tithe. Basically. That is delightful. But yeah, like, the thing is yeah, I think threat trajectory is, like... Because threat trajectory also, like, if you plateau, then your threat trajectory goes away, too. But they should really not like you getting more powerful. Here's the issue is, though, I think players won't want to play against that. Like, it'll make the AI feel like biased against them because they're going to be the ones acquiring power more quickly than anyone else. This AI's out to get me, man. I don't like it. Type of thing. Where do we have high percentage of peasants? Oh, here we do. Slave raiding nations when they occupy a location. I enslave your population. I enslave it up. Oh, we want to go after them too eventually. They might be the reason that we can't have nice things, why our name doesn't look right, why it's just the curve right here. This is the ugliest, like, yeah. We're not a fan of this. Someone needs to rewrite the code. Now I'm like, I'm throwing shade at the devs that I don't want to throw. To like be ironic, because I was like saying people are too harsh on the devs earlier. Can we grab this? I also think that having a truce shouldn't pull you out of the coalition. I think coalition juggling is so silly. Like right now, like Muscovy and Halish should just join the war against us. I don't think we're taking anything in this peace deal besides white peace, so I think we kind of might actually be into that. Coalition bricks. Like, the coalition shouldn't break. I don't know. But then they'd redeck you a bunch. I don't know exactly what I think the solution should be there. Ruler dies. Amazing. Wait, what? Oh, that's our region. Okay, okay. I was like, oh, there's not someone... Our heir died as well. Whoa! Do we have another guy with the trait? I didn't notice the heir dying. Alright, that's a decent trait. Oh no. Oh no! Alright, we only have one go at this, because next month they decide who the heir is. So this guy's like our backup. If we don't have the trait we want. Oh, this is bad news bears, chat. It's not how we drew it up. We're gonna have to start creating way more. Wow, so many characters have died. We're gonna have to start making new characters more frequently. Lawgiver is kind of okay. I think we just want the long-term modifier though. Entrepreneurs makes you a lot of money. Trade efficiency, like, is a lot stronger than Production efficiency, they give you so much relative to production efficiency with the character trait there. Alright. So that guy should become the heir. And we at least get max monthly prosperity here. Even though we're not getting dev everywhere, we would much rather have the dev, so... Let's go back to deving this as well. Let's get these guys over here. Oh, these guys are actually out of position. Shoot. The conscripts or the mercs. They should be over here. Because the person who we're likely to have to fight is Russia. Or Muscovy. Bring our cannons over there. Slavery. There's a thing at EU4 where you try and take gold, it will be minus 1,000. They want something other than gold. Yeah, but you just set this to, oh my god. I guess we'll let these mercs expire, rather than walk their asses around. No, we shouldn't, because the maintenance on the mercs is really low relative to having regulars. Our army maintenance for 4K is, if we're actually maintaining the army, is more than 25,000 mercs. And I think that we're very likely to get them coalitioning us. Maybe we don't need that much army, though, to fight. We could conscript up. That's even cheaper, but... I mean, gathering the merc army is cheap as well. We're paying enough maintenance that 12 months or something would pay for the gather cost of half as many mercs as we have or something. Yeah. We'll just let them... Unraveling Defense Pact Alliance hug boxes is fun. Should maybe not be that easy. I don't know. Okay, we have characters to create. We have to find a new person for the trait that we want. I think we do this. And then that will be maxed out innovative for us. Which will be nice. We do want to pass this, but this will be good enough. Also, Dev Province gets so much better when you have slave raiding. Because you just get to pull all the pops to the places that have really high dev, and this gives you a lot of consumption within your markets. Like, I wonder how much fine cloth consumption we have. still doesn't honestly feel that high. Not as high as our Italy campaign. How are we doing on serfdom? We have a trend towards it. We've been trying to get the serfdom thing. Actually, how close are we to pushing it? Alright, we'll push innovative for now, but if we get a really competent character... One thing is, it's actually really hard to get, like, a super maxed out stat, but if we get someone like this, and we make them the head of cabinet, then maybe we could do the things. This guy's the weak link, so actually, let's do this. Gives us a bit of extra power to the nobility, which we're not a huge fan of, but it's probably fine. Wait, what? Oh, we need to change this guy to innovative. And then we can change this guy back. Deving, Zealand, yeah. So innovative will get maxed out here. The boat interregnum, I usually just slap a 65-year-old and send him out to sea to face his fate. This guy's 41, he'll die soonish. We do have to get more of these characters though. We're currently in digging for a better air mode, yeah. We're just gonna do our parliament thing now. Not the biggest. We also want to get peaks towards serfdom. If we can. We're just like waiting for a serfdom event to take us to 50. Or actually, we think that this guy might be able to take us there. Okay, so we get that. And so we will... So now we've gotten 26 more characters. Do you want to annex them? Wow, they're even loyal. Are they still Swedish? I wish we could set just one, like, we don't want our entire navy to get on to helping to shuffle these guys around. Really wish we could set it to just one. Oh, that's a lake? That's weird. We have even fewer regular. This includes some mercs. We have even smaller amounts of regulars than we had thought. The mercs are almost dead anyways, though. It's not like a lot more. I think we just want to full annex that guy if we can, so... So this 90, who's now head of cabinet, can push us above 50 perfects. So we will be able to get this guy. We will be able to slot in the new gov reform, which we've been working towards. Which is going to keep us locked in on the serfdom trend. So we can gradually push it over time. And at the same time give us 33% crown power, which is going to be not good for all time, but it's going to be good for some time. Our merc contracts are expiring. And we're making money. 10 times what we were before. Looking around for places we can make into cities. That was the point. We're moving the market capital there. Sure. I mean, pound lock canals in these places is going to be nice. Masonry is expensive. What market are you in? The Riga market. We have some stuff set to auto-expand for the stone. I guess it's not holding up quite well enough. This is one of them, and they'll get more potentials when that finishes. This will be able to get us more stone. How are the roads looking? That's just for the 5% extra development. Playing Majapahit makes me desperate for something to help maritime presence, but I'm not seeing anything on the Steam Workshop. You should be desperate about the dev too. That's a problem. What issue are you having? Because they should be somewhat okay. Oh, you know what? They have shit natural harbors. Yeah, you need better natural harbors, so that's what you gotta look for. Because the natural harbors are kind of medium, which was less of a problem last patch, but now it's like apocalypse mode if you don't have it. Oh, hey, our name here is in the right spot, but here it's in the sad spot. Look, smiley face, frowny face, smiley face, frowny face, smiley face, frown face. Alright. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. What's the Maritime mod? I can't, it's only for winters, so that's not a problem for Majapahit. I think we'll get to the end of this war, and then do a couple housekeeping things, and then call it, probably. Well, one of those housekeeping things should really be setting up a decent air. I think we've gotten 39 characters, so that should be good enough to have a guy who has a trait that we want, maybe. Or really, truly, the trait that we want. Is there anyone up here who's got something decent? Proc speed is kind of decent. It's like short-term decent. This guy's also old as hell. So if he gets in charge somehow, it's not super the end. Number 3 good power here as well. I think we don't want to empower the nobility too much, so if it's close, we're gonna go with commoners. They want no money. Deal. Thanks, sorry, I asked the same thing on Twitch too. Oh, my bad if I missed it. No, you're good. I can tell where the ocean begins and Sweden starts. How we drew it up. That's gonna be nice for our places that don't have very good harbor capacity, which is a lot of them. Alright. We just go for the hard annex. And just say the Russians aren't gonna like us very much, or the Slavs rather. I was not expecting Georgia to get aggroed that much. Interesting. Okay. So, do you want to annex this guy? And then we want to swap out this privilege, which has been great for us avoiding some of these wars to some extent. I'm going to swap this out for universal serfdom, which is going to help us to stay on serfdom much better. It's going to give us more progress towards serfdom too. But that should keep us above the crown power threshold, which is hard for us to do this because we don't get crown power characters, or we get one, which is our ruler, which is maybe something that should operate different from theocracies, but okay. We have a bunch of this stuff. I think we might be, this might be the climax of the run though. We did form Scandinavia. Here's the religious map mode. It's all Norse in the north. Let's take a look at the ledger in terms of income. We are not that far ahead of Castile even. Wow, Castile's cranking up. Holy. That's crazy. Huh. I was not expecting to see Castile that close. I think we're way behind Ming. Yeah, I think that also they maybe noticed Castile cranking up with their changes. Maybe that's part of why they nerfed wool. But I think Ming is getting, yeah, 3.5k income. I don't think this is marginal income, though. This is just raw income. So I think that we probably have more net than Castile, based on them not even being a GP. Yeah, France is in Pina. Not sure we've seen that before. Tax based of 1,000. Interesting. Happy to see the AI like still blobbing up. I know they made them a little bit less aggressive this patch, but like stuff like this happening, the consolidation and stuff like this, I think is good for the game. And it wasn't happening before the like aggro winter. Everyone was just really sad because of Bohemia, but it made like other areas of the world much better. Still surprised to see them doing so well. I bet it's just it's because all the RGOs just get turbo expanded, I think. And they have access to elephants. There's something relevant about elephant demand too, somewhat recently. But yeah, they just have a lot of RGO. Like if you look at location wealth, you'll see that everywhere that has elephants is pretty solid, and this is just like pure gravy as this trade. Oh, it's surprising. Okay, we moved around the markets a little bit. Pina and Viet get strong this patch. Viet, like, being able to get plus 25, flat rural, between your modifier plus the bailiff is like pretty substantive. Because even if you have no access, you can get up to 45. But okay, we flipped theocracy. Really nice for the satisfaction, because everyone gets converted because we also flipped Norse, which I think was a kind of pretty big feature of this run. We forgot to accept... We meant to accept these guys, but we didn't. Womp womp. Next time we have prestige, I guess. But, we've done a lot of dev provinces as well. There's some big provinces here, so that allows us to have a lot of this. So we have a decent, like, economic base thing going on. I still think, like, the Arctic is just awful. And it's basically, like, the top of the map starts here. To some extent. And we're, like, on the edge of the map. I don't really think Sweden's all that strong from a geography perspective. But then you just get absolutely stellar content. So these are Scandinavia's bonuses, and then we'll have Sweden's after. But Scandinavia, unified Scandinavia, 10% crown power, loyalty of subjects, trade efficiency is insane. I think that's kind of the end of like the really strong modifiers. Naval supplies output 20%, so I guess pretty solid. 15% manpower is decent. But Sweden, like Sweden's power is in their content. Kicking things off, 20% infantry power, really strong. Peasant to state stat and a free government reform. 5% discipline, so just out the gate, a ton of really good stuff. The iron output's kind of whatever, because you get so much of those modifiers. Proximity speed is strong. Not as strong by age 4 as it was before. Like, early proximity is really strong, and the later proximity is not that strong. I think that's the main ideas. Or we get, like, prod at the very end. Age 5 cavalry we don't care that much about. Solid unit for age 5. Crown power 33% is actually pretty solid. It's a little late to the party in age 5. Those modifiers start to get a lot weaker. Yeah, tools output is what we were thinking of. Not prod efficiency, just raw tools. Raw materials output's also pretty good, but tools output really strong. Nice for age 5. They have some unique content we didn't unlock, but... Wait, what? We were able to go Galley Lords? I know Galley Lords, they, like, they nerfed it because you used to be able to stack nearly minus 100% galley cost, which is kind of funny. We don't have enough galleys for that to make sense. I guess I don't see it here. Maybe you have to unlock it. I buffed Arctic provinces. Hopefully they buff them in vanilla too. I don't know if they should be buffed. I mean, like, if you look at Canada IRL, like modern times, which modern times you have more means to deal with negative climate, like, the entirety of, like, Canada's, like, everything is just, like, on the border with the US. Well, these are actually just straight up wastelands in the game, but rather than, like, Arctic. But, like, land being Arctic is very... very significant. Thai culture is strong? Yeah, so we were thinking of doing one with Thai. Or we were thinking of doing Siam? The guy that starts here, Ayutthaya. That's not... I think they flipped Thai though, right? Yeah, there's no Thai here. Oh, there is Thai. Okay. Yeah. All estate satisfaction equilibrium, 2.5%. It's already pretty strong. Thai elephant cavalry, I think, is probably not going to be good. All the elephant cav is just generally weak, but... Okay. Infantry power 10%, improve relations. They have some other stuff too. I was thinking that this might be... I was thinking that this was going to be... The modifier, there's two different modifiers that are called the same thing, but they do different things. One of them is flat and one of them is multiplicative. I was expecting the changes to centralization, decentralization to be multiplicative, but instead they're flat. And I was expecting being able to stack multiplicative modifiers being really good, and that this would be a really like interesting angle for Thai, specifically Ayutthaya, because Ayutthaya gets another version of this modifier, so you get two of them, so stack this with centralization, but then it turns out they stack additively, not multiplicatively, so the discount's like, nah. You get more stuff for forming Siam? Yeah. Siam's good too. But I think that's where we are with this run, and I think that we'll be back on Tuesday with Kiev, and for our annual, pretty sure Tuesday is the day. February 24th, unless I'm mistaken, yeah, was before the invasion of Ukraine. We will be doing our annual stream, so where we just drag Putin every hour. Remove the pop capacity debuff from the Arctic, so you get some pop growth in the Arctic. I'm not sure it shouldn't be bad though. Like, it's something we play around, and it, like, makes you want these, like, elongated markets, I think. But I'm not sure, like, I guess we can move this market to where... Or we can't move it to where we wanted it. Not yet. But overall, like, really interesting place to play. I mean, the lakes are just nonsense for Sweden, is kind of like what they really have going on for them more than anything else. They're also in an okay location geographically, and they have really good resources because they just get like... The iron pile density here is like insane. And then the silver's nice. We just got the silver though. So... We had plans. We didn't get to exercise them quite. To build a... Oh, we could have built the governor, the naval governor here. We just didn't. So that would have been decent. Current proximity here is 70, so it's like plus 10 all around here, kind of. Still not like the most insane. I think long term it's just moving the capital to down here, or there's actually a 100% natural harbor instead of the 70% we have here, 75. But okay, let's see who else is twitching. I mean, streaming on Twitch. I mean, they might be twitching. Who knows? We'll give the EU5 category. Looks like someone's playing Athens into Biz. Maybe we do that? They have the most viewers. Yeah. Let's see. May contain vulgarity. Alright.
Clearly y'all gotta work in factories.
I think we have the same warning. So we'll just throw you guys their way. And then we'll link it to the YouTubers, and then we will be off and on our way. I hope you guys enjoyed. Be back Tuesday instead of Wednesday. But, yeah. Other than all that, y'all have a good one. Bye-bye to the YouTubers. And let's raid with the Twitch people.